Okay, is this, okay, there we go. Good evening, and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for May 6th, 2021. The commissioners who are present for this evening's meeting are at City Hall, on Zoom, and in our hearts. We also have staff from the city attorney and clerk's offices, as well as the city planning department. If you're joining us on Zoom this evening, we can see that you are here. You may observe the meeting, however, your ability to be seen on screen and talk will be muted. During the public testimony portion of the meeting, you will be unmuted and then be able to comment. Please note that we cannot take questions until the public testimony portion. If you have a process question during the meeting, please email cityclerk@meridiancity.org and they will reply as quickly as possible. If you simply want to watch the meeting, we encourage you to watch this streaming on the city's YouTube channel. You can access it at meridiancity.org/live. And let's begin with roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Grove,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner Lorcher,
Here.
Commissioner Seal,
Here.
Commissioner Casanelli,
Here.
Commissioner McCarville,
Here.
Commissioner Holland,
First item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda.
Move we adopt the agenda. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. It is with heavy hearts that we begin this meeting, as we do so with the incredible loss of our fellow Commissioner Lisa Holland. We welcomed her on this commission 3 years ago, and as most who knew her, even for a short time, I felt immediate friendship and warmth and looked forward to her smile at every encounter. I always felt she was wise beyond her years, with great knowledge and passion for this community. At 34, she had already made a great impact in her work at the Boise Valley Economic Partnership, CUNA Economic Development, and we were lucky to have her perspective as a volunteer in advising Meridian's current comprehensive plan and on this commission. She had a great gift to communicate and make common sense out of complex issues. And although we as a community suffer the loss of her vision and passion, it is no measure to the loss her family has experienced by the passing of Lisa, her infant son Milo, and her sister Lori in a tragic accident. I pray for peace for her family, and I know she will forever be remembered in my heart. We're just going to take a few minutes if anybody else has any comments they'd like to share before we move on.
Madam Chair, this is Andrea Pogue. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So thank you for your words, because they are exactly what I'm feeling as well. And all my love and condolences go out to Lisa's husband and family. She was really taken, they were taken too soon. And they will be sorely missed by so many. And I really will miss Lisa profoundly.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Casanelli.
as I've been thinking about this over the last couple of days, I thought, and I miss the fact that haven't been here for a year. We've been on Zoom. Lisa and I would always sat next to each other over here, and used to begin with, and we didn't necessarily always agree on every item that came before us. I think we'd often see things from a different perspective, but I greatly valued her opinions, her perspective, and it was so respectful, and I think there was a great appreciation of one another, and she was truly wonderful to work beside, and I will definitely miss her, and likewise my thoughts and prayers go out to her family, and I'm just gonna say there was a part of an article that I read on her. It was a friend of hers that was interviewed, and said she loved music, she loved to dance, and she loved Jesus, and I was comforted by that. But I know I will miss her. I know we'll miss her, and her presence here was amazing, and I just appreciated the time I got to work with her.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Grove.
just want to say how thankful I was to have Lisa guide me through the first year of being on P&Z. And I never knew what to do, and I knew I could always turn to Lisa and have her bail me out with emotion or tell me, what had happened before or why something needed to happen. And I'm gonna really miss her knowledge and her warmth, and it's a hard one.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Seal.
I think you said it best when you said she was wise beyond her years. She was a great mentor in planning and zoning for sure, and just a great person overall. So my dealings with her outside of planning and zoning, she was always open and active and willing to jump in and help out at any way necessary. So she will be greatly missed, and I will miss our disagreeing as much as our agreements, because she always helped me to think about things differently. And that in turn has just made me a better person overall. She'll be missed.
There's no other comments. We'll have one more moment of silence before we move on. Tonight, I wish this was under better circumstances, but I would like to welcome Commissioner Nathan Wheeler to my left, who fills seat number 4, which was formerly held by Commissioner Pitzer and temporarily filled in by Commissioner Stephen Yearsley until Nathan was able to join us. So welcome, Nathan. The next item on the consent agenda, or on the agenda, is the consent agenda. We have 2 items on the consent agenda. We have the approval of minutes for the April 15th, 2021 P&Z meeting, findings of fact and conclusions of law for H 2021-0012, Jakers Drive-Through Edition, and MCU 2021-002, Pine 43 Apartments. Could I get a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I would like to briefly explain the public hearing process. We will open each item individually and begin with the staff report. Staff will report their findings on how the item adheres to our comprehensive plan and unified development code. After staff has made their presentation, the applicant will come forward and present their case and respond to the staff comments. They will have 15 minutes to do so. After the applicant has finished, we will open the floor to public testimony. Each person will be called only once during the public testimony. The clerk will call the names individually of those who signed up on our website in advance to testify. You will then be unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the commission. If you've previously sent pictures or a presentation for the meeting, it will be displayed on the screen and our clerk will run the presentation. If you have established that you're speaking on behalf of a larger group like an HOA, where others from that group will not be speaking, you will have up to 10 minutes. After all those who have signed up in advance have spoken, we will invite any others who may wish to testify. If you wish to speak on the topic, you may press the raise hand button on the Zoom app, or if you're listening on the phone, please press *9 and wait for your name to be called. If you are listening on multiple devices, a computer and a phone, for example, please be sure to mute those extra devices so we don't experience feedback and we can hear you clearly. When you're finished, if the commission does not have any questions for you, you will be muted and no longer have the ability to speak. And please remember, we will not call on you a second time. After all testimony has been heard, the applicant will be given another 10 minutes to come back and respond. When the applicant has finished responding to questions and concerns, we will close the public hearing and the commissioners will have the opportunity to discuss and hopefully be able to make a final decision or recommendation to City Council as needed. So at this time, we will continue the public hearing for CUP item H-2021-0004, the Oasis. And as this is a continuance, we have two commissioners that were not here on the original presentation. I just wanted to verify that Commissioner Wheeler and Commissioner Seal, do you feel you're up to speed and ready to step in on the continuance, or without going back and redoing the original presentation?
I feel that I'm up to speed. There was a lot of information and I read through all of it.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any additional staff report on this, or are we going to move?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you. I don't have necessarily any additional comments. I did want to just note that these were the reasons for the continuance so that everybody understands and is clear what was the guidance of, at the time, Commissioner Holland's motion. I'm willing to answer any questions, or I guess just generally speaking, I'll let the applicant speak more directly to all of these, but I'll give a brief overview of what I know about what has transpired of these three items. First, it is staff's understanding that the applicant reached out to the police department, but they generally do not participate in projects on this level or on the requested level until after they are approved. However, the applicant did create a safety plan and a protocol, which the Meridian Police Department has received, from my understanding. That is part of the public record, so I hope that everybody was able to review that. Secondly, the applicant did provide a rideshare promotion plan. The circulation plan that I have seen is the same one that was in the application submittals, and showed the circulation plan for the interior of the Wadsworth site. So again, this is one of the lots within the Wadsworth site. Lastly, on the last point regarding the shared parking agreement, no agreement was obtained, and therefore that has not been submitted to us for review. Therefore, at this point, I don't know what new information other than the safety plan has been presented. So I understand that the public has been adamant about this use, but as noted previously, that the public testimony should only be regarding new information. And after that, I will stand for any questions or let the applicant speak his piece.
The applicant is before us. And so state your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
My name is Brian Tsai at 3085 Ustick Road in Meridian, Idaho 83646. I did submit about 5 images for the presentation. I don't know if somebody has a copy of those.
I can pull those up. Give me just a second. Are y'all still seeing my screen? No, that's right. I got to stop it and then reshare it. Fun technology. Is that better? Okay, Brian, you should be able to just click the arrows to go through the pages.
So that probably won't work since the presentation is being shared on your screen. On
I'm not
your
in.
own.
You're right. Well, Brian, let me know whenever you want to change it and I'll move on.
I'd just like to start out by acknowledging the passing of Commissioner Holland. It wasn't until earlier this week that I'd heard the news and the names of those involved with the collision were released. Being the first hearing and the first item on the docket back since that tragic event is, of course, the first one without her. And I'd like to express my condolences to her family members, the closest to her that have felt the loss. I can only imagine how the members of this commission feel as well, as you have gotten to know her over the few years, and hopefully not just as a colleague, but as a friend as well. Having said that, there's certainly no easy way to segue into the matter at hand. When I last brought this project before the commission, I was presented with 3 action items that the commission members felt would make the proposal more cohesive towards an approval. That's the creation of the rideshare promotion program, addressing the parking issues, and the creation of an additional parking capacity, and the creation of a safety plan in conjunction with the Meridian Police Department. In this first slide here that you're viewing is a diagram from the latest site plan showing the right-in, right-out configuration of the parking lot and additional areas of bidirectional parking flow. In the event that there is a sudden increase of parking, either ingress or egress, we have implemented procedures to address this within our safety plan, which I'll get to later. Otherwise, I'd hope that most people know how to navigate a regular parking lot, as many people do it without an issue almost every single day. In the second slide, if we can go to that one, we have a rideshare flow plan that is also addressed in our safety plan. I've worked with the developers of this site to create this designated ride sharing area where vehicles can easily get in and out of this parking area without affecting the traffic flow for the rest of the site. In addition to that, we have the plan to promote the increased use of the ride sharing services because the spots are only as good as people who actually use them. And this page, which I submitted to the record as well, outlines in detailed capacity thresholds at which the certain plan policies will be implemented as part of the safety plan. It also provides discounts on products or tickets, prices used in conjunction with the ride sharing service, and providing security staff as needed to direct the rideshare vehicles into the designated rideshare parking areas, as well as addressing the concerns of potential congestion within the lot itself, as well as during the ingress and egress process. That's shown within this slide here that we designated, I believe, on that west side of that building where the pickup and drop-off area is designated. As far as self-enforcing our capacity, as mentioned previously, I'm sure that some people nearby will be monitoring our ingress as well to check for an overcapacity situation. But that is not their job, nor should it be required. That's something that's the responsibility of the business to enforce diligently, and has a responsibility to the safety of the patrons. Our entrance scanner is a state-of-the-art system that has never been implemented in any venue in the Northwest, to my knowledge. I think part of the concern is that after seeing the locations in Boise over the past couple of decades, people have been stuck with the idea that a club or a venue of any kind looks to be poorly rated or dirty, as some that might be found in other places in town. What they don't see are the upscale locations like those found in other major cities around the country, some that can charge thousands of dollars for a single table and still have a wait list. Of course, we're not planning to charge rates like that, but it serves as an example of the distinction to which Idaho has never seen. Now, if we can go to slide 4, please, just let's skip one and go to the next one. We're not able to produce a documented count from Uber or Lyft because they have never disclosed their use counts or destinations for the use history of either company. However, many studies have been conducted within documented use from occupants and drivers, showing on average, as a meta-analysis of multiple studies, approximately 40% of people who attend a maximum capacity event will use some type of ride-sharing services. Because these same numbers have been documented nationwide, we have no reason to expect our numbers to be any different. That means our previously proposed 4-to-1 parking ratio would in reality become closer to 2-to-1 with so many patrons using ride-sharing or carpooling. Keep in mind that there are many venues around the valley with much higher persons capacities that seem to operate just fine with absolutely 0 parking spaces dedicated to their use. During the last hearing, a managing partner of the landowners for Villa Sport called in and offered to work with us on a cross-parking agreement. However, that Friday immediately following the hearing, it turns out that was not the case. It was, however, not in their discretion. It was actually within the Villa Sport tenants' determination that cross-parking would not be allowed. Despite our best efforts in collaboration with the Land Baron Group, the owners of the Villa Sport property itself, we were unable to get the Villa Sport tenants to even consider a cross-parking agreement. In response, I entered into discussions with our developers at the Wadsworth Group to add temporary parking at the unimproved sites to the north of our facility. In talking with the city's planning staff, I understand we would have to apply for a temporary use permit in order to use unimproved parking, and that would not be counted towards the potential count for permanent parks. Representatives of the Wadsworth Group agreed to this use until such a time as future pads would be under contract for future developments. In order to meet the requested 3-to-1 parking ratio, it would require an additional 41 parking spaces. Once the development is finished, they expect to add approximately 70 additional spaces to the site. As a matter of course and compliance, I voluntarily propose an additional reduction of capacity to 400, only fractionally above the required number to meet the 3-to-1 parking requested threshold, using only the currently proposed paved and fully improved parking spaces. Whereas in reality, the conjunction of ride sharing and temporary parking, we would have a parking capacity far in excess of the requested ratio. I can imagine that this would be the commission's preferred method as well, as the reduction in capacity would also serve to reduce the potential for any overcrowding and excess traffic. If we can jump back one slide to number 3, please. Because the city of Meridian does not have a statute or code requiring specific requirements for parking of this use, I often learned in my law enforcement career that anything that wasn't illegal was therefore legal. Using the most strict parking regulation as required by the city of Meridian, only 38 parking spaces are required. In my last presentation, I promised 125 parks to meet the 4-to-1 ratio requested by the planning staff in the original application. Because the city doesn't have an ordinance with parking requirements for venues or event centers specifically, I looked around at 10 other cities around the country, many of which are nearby or have similar populations, and have found those who have codes that have a parking requirement for venues specifically. You can see in this chart that even at the 4-to-1 ratio that I've used in these calculations, we have anywhere from 31 to 521% in excess of what is required across the country. That's more than 5 times the number of required spaces, depending on the comparison. Ever since the very beginning of this process, parking has been the foremost concern. I spent a few weeks trying to find a similar location in the valley that I could use as a real-world comparison. I found one that was easily recognizable, and because I do some volunteer work nearby, I'm often in the area. If we can go to slide 5, please. It's the Boise School District's administration building. It's very similar to our layout as it's bordered by a major road, has primarily right-in, right-out only parking with no left turn egress, and roughly the same amount of parking spaces. For the purposes of our proposal, we're talking about a relatively small scale space, and many of our patrons won't be leaving all at once after a show. So I sat at this building a few times with a stopwatch, and since most of the workers are salary workers, they leave at 5 p.m. on the dot every weekday and enter into peak rush hour traffic. The lot is completely empty within on average 5 minutes, with absolutely no additional congestion on Victory Road, which in comparison is only 2 lanes at that location. So if the concern is traffic congestion, tens of thousands of vehicles travel through the Eagle U-Stick intersection every single day. Adding 100 vehicles all at once would not add a discernible difference, especially at off-peak hours, as they could be completely cleared from the facility and the parking lot in one normal traffic signal cycle. I submitted our safety plan for review with the command staff of the Meridian Police Department. Having myself worked in many major stadiums and NFL games, I can say with absolutely certainty that our safety plan is one of the best. I challenge anyone to find anything remotely similar in detail or scope anywhere else in Idaho. It was reviewed by multiple members of the Meridian Police, including a lieutenant that specifically deals in safety operations. They stated, and I quote, "It was really well thought out and detailed." The only recommendation that they could find to make was an addition to add reflective vests to our outside personnel for identification, and I agreed, having experience done such a thing, and immediately ordered reflective vests and added them to our inventory. The safety plan promotes and enforces policies and procedures to maintain a safe atmosphere that is free from illegal activity to the best of our ability. Now, the recent incident that occurred at Wahoo's is unfortunate, but it demonstrates that violence occurs anywhere, and as the Meridian Police acknowledged in a public statement, these are incidents that come with growth to become a large city. It's not related to any one location or business. The safety plan was created in conjunction with many other venue owners in other states across the country. to include addressing exactly when and how procedures will be implemented, responding to illnesses and injuries, security screening, disorderly conduct, fake IDs, potential drug use, and fights. The plan includes portions for physical security, implementation of adequate architectural lighting for video illumination, patrols of the sidewalk and outside areas, posting and distribution of security personnel, procedures for identification, employee safety coordination, screening of promoters for any past histories, fire safety, criminal incidents, and even an extensive active shooter and terrorism protocol. It also includes a two-page, 12-action item document that facilitates our good neighbor policy, which will be distributed to our neighbors and posted prominently at the door to include urging patrons that are leaving to respect the quiet and cleanliness of the neighborhood. It includes items such as providing adequate lighting at all times, maintaining proper ventilation so doors can remain closed to mitigate any exterior sound, creating patrols to clean any possible litter that's found in the parking and surrounding areas, and providing a cell phone number to our immediate neighbors to be answered at all operating hours to address concerns of parking or noise. The Good Neighbor policy would additionally furnish to Villasport, despite their unwillingness to even start a discussion regarding cross parking. So as you can see, I'm not here to do something half-assed. If it's meant to be done, it's meant to be done right, and with the safety of our patrons and surrounding community held as a paramount standard. Commissioner Seal, I'm glad you were able to join us. You weren't here on the previous one. I had noted in a previous speech that you believed in the 80-20 rule, as they called the Pareto principle, and you're often involved in completing the remaining 20%. As you see here, we're about 80% of the way there. Commissioner Seal, you're a music supporter and fan yourself. You've attended events at the Egyptian and the Olympic venue. And apparently grown quite an impressive beard over the previous hearings I've watched. So you can see in the staff report, it's noted that our proposed facility is of a relatively small scale. I just wish I could pick up and go to an alternate location, but in case you haven't tried to lease any commercial space lately, there's already a waiting list just to get space into the village. And we were told by several dozen people before we picked this space that this corner was perfectly suited for entertainment, right on the main drag of Eagle Road and situated just north of an existing entertainment hub. What I soon discovered is that the majority, in fact, almost every single major developer except for the Wadsworth Group, wouldn't even look at my proposal. They told me in the current state of development for Meridian, they would lease exclusively to corporations with a national presence or to chain stores. I would not even consider leasing to anyone else. So you can see it's been a battle just for me to get to this step. But now that I've signed the lease with Wadsworth, I'm bound to this property, including half my liquidity, without even having started our improvements. So how do we show that this is something that's a long time coming? In the last presentation, I'd mentioned email chains from the Meridian City Council members, then and present, and their advisory boards that have been asking local promoters for over a decade how a venue could be brought to Meridian. Now, to date, we have over 1,000 followers across our social media pages, despite posting no additional advertisements or photos. And we're not trying to squeeze a stadium where it doesn't belong. I wouldn't say it's trying to fit any type of square peg into a round hole because the zoning has not changed. The zoning has been the same, as far as I can tell, over a decade, congruent with the City of Meridian's comprehensive plan. And the reason that the CG zoning district is being used as intended is the largest scale of any commercial use. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, all I'm asking for is a chance to start a new business that has been much needed in Meridian for over a decade, at a time when hundreds of thousands of bars and restaurants have already been closed for good due to COVID. I've never failed at anything I've aimed to accomplish in my life, but with so much riding on my project, including my home and personal assets, it's an uneasy feeling to have my entire livelihood in somebody else's hands. I've checked all the boxes, extensively and diligently fulfilled all the requests by the city staff, public sector professionals, law enforcement, and of this commission, and I can only respectfully ask for your approval tonight.
Thank you. Let's see. Do we have any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
You Ed mentioned the Olympic, and that was one of the things that was kind of on my mind. How does this facility compare to something like the Olympic?
I've only kind of breezed through there, so I couldn't tell you specific details, but anyone that's familiar with going to a downtown venue is familiar that there's zero parking anywhere. So anywhere, if you want to say, just go on a night out or something that's related to downtown, typically the deal is you've allotted 30 minutes or an hour in advance just to park, 7, 8 blocks away. It's over on 3rd Street or somewhere that's closed, and then you have to walk the remaining 7, 8 blocks to get there. Size-wise, the Olympics more designed for specifically, I guess, intimacy, so to speak. The crowds are closer to the stage. They have a lower wattage of a sound system. Similar to us, it's designed for clarity as opposed to overall sound pressure. So it's not designed to be as loud as it can possibly be, but so that if you're in the Olympic and enjoying a show, you can see that, but not be trying to shout over everybody else. Hopefully that answers your questions. I'm not overly familiar with the way the Olympic operates.
Well, just in terms of, overall parking and size and scale, that's more what I'm after. Because to me, it seems like this, in my mind anyway, it has a lot of similarities to the size and scale of what you're trying to deploy. And to me, I'm kind of interested because we have that venue here, albeit, not as close as I'd like it to be for sure. But to me, it has a lot of similarities, so we could, learn something from that.
I'd certainly look into it. The reason I can't give you a very concise answer is just because I'm not really familiar with their size and their operational scope. What I can say is that based on the capacity, Boise, the valley as a whole gets bypassed very often because of the lack of venues of that type, either because of booking conflicts or any type of capacity issues. They might say, well, we wanted to play on this weekend, but you have one venue that's that size and they're fully booked. So they could just, they'll drive from Salt Lake City through Boise all the way to Portland is how the usual scheme goes. So comparison wise, it would fill that niche of the tiered capacity that's typically constrained amongst those venues, especially if there's a need for it in the city. And by that, I mean, if there's a venue that fills a 50 capacity and then one that fills the next tier up at 100 capacity and the next one skips to 500 and then 1,000. Well, if you are the type of musician that can fill those types of venues, the next step up is to go to Revolution. And then the next step up, if you fill it from there, is to go from 2,000 up to 20,000. There's not really anything that fills those needs in between.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your questions.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Casnelli.
Brian, I just want, you went through a lot. First of all, I don't know that I've ever seen any applicant do the background and the homework that you've done on this. And I think I mentioned that, or at least several of us mentioned that the first time around. But I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly on a couple of things. Number one is that you've agreed to drop to a 400 capacity. Did I hear that right? Okay, and you were at 600?
I believe the fire code had it at 600 or 700. We had willingly dropped it to 500 to meet the parking requirement threshold of 4 to 1. Now with the extra spaces we'll have in position that are permanent, I'm willing to drop it to 400 to meet closer to that 3 to 1 that the commission requested.
Okay, and then, and to confirm, it sounds like it with that, but you said the cross parking agreement that we had asked for you to seek last time, that did not happen. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant or staff? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Wheeler.
Just one quick clarification on that. With the cross access agreement for parking, were you actually told no, or did you just not get a reply back yet?
We were actually told no, but that's been in place for probably over 2 years now. Since Villasport just originally started their proposals, they had just, before this was even just a plan, they had told other developers flat out that they would not entertain any cross parking.
Okay, thank you.
Back since 2018.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Joe. Sorry, just for Commissioner Wheeler, just quicker background on that. Yeah, there is an existing cross access agreement between all of these sites for the Villasport, the Sadie Creek which is directly south of this site, and then onto the Wadsworth site. But specifically in that, I think it was recorded in June of 2020, so almost a year ago. It specifically states that there is no cross parking. I believe it was one of the Villa Sport owners or developers that was on the call last time, and they had noted interest in working with the applicant. But then following the hearing, it turned out that they couldn't come to an agreement. I don't know what happened on the back end, but I was pretty quick. I would agree with the applicant. It was pretty quick that they rescinded that offer to get the cross parking involved or as part of that. So just wanted to make that clear that there is an existing agreement. It just prohibits parking, cross parking.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Grove.
just so that we're all on the same page again, because this one is a little thorny. Joe, could you give us just kind of the parameters that we're hearing tonight before we go into public testimony in terms of what it is that we're ruling on, and also kind of how we are basing what we're basing our decisions on in terms of what is applicable and not?
Commissioner Grove, that's a great question. So there's kind of two parts to that, at least for why the project should be approved or denied. Some of them being these reasons that was previously continued, but then more specifically, these are the required findings in code, these 8 findings for conditional use permits. So you don't have to have all 8 and you don't have to not have all 8. So those are the things that need to be addressed. So any of these are reasons to be recommended, or sorry, this is a CUP. So any of these are reasons to be denied or approved, depending on the application. The parameters of the proposal tonight, again, it is a CUP for a drinking establishment and a music venue / nightclub. Multiple uses are kind of wrapped into that drinking establishment for the CUP. So they're originally in the narrative, he had mentioned 1,000 capacity. I don't want to quote him as saying that is what he was proposing. I just think he was saying that based on this size, it could work. But regardless of that, I had recommended in my staff report to limit that to no more than 500 because of the parking. And then following that, the applicant has now stated that he's willing to reduce that even further to 400. So I hope that answered your question, Commissioner Grove.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? There being none, we will take public testimony and remind everybody that needs to be limited just to the discussions that were presented in this evening's presentations. So with that, is there anybody who would like to speak on this application?
Madam Chair, we have several people signed in. First in-house is Terry Silsby.
Okay.
My name is Terry Silsby. I'm address here, 104 East Fairview in Meridian. I was here the last hearing, and 2 points, mostly following tonight's information. So regarding the traffic flow, by my experience with the people that attend these facilities, and I'm part of a community of group of people that do a lot of country swing dancing. And so for the most part, and 100% of those that I know, mostly cooperative people, zero aggression in those groups meeting. Majority of the people and the families that I'm involved with, they're people with children ages, 3 to 15 years old. They're people that are working, they get off work, they go home, they fix dinner, they arrange for childcare, and they'll go to classes, Wednesday or Thursday nights. Friday or Saturday nights, they go down and they practice what they've learned. They're a great community of people. The majority of them are going to be attending a facility like this, probably starting around 8 o'clock at night. Some of them might get there as early as 7. The majority of the traffic that will be entering this lot will be after hours, after the majority of the traffic off of Eagle Road in the first place. And then those that are departing will be leaving after nearly all of the traffic is gone on Eagle Road. So it's not going to be during peak hours or peak traffic times as far as the flow. And as Madam Chairman mentioned last time, no matter what you do with this corner, it's going to be a business that draws some traffic. A lot of those businesses are going to be during the high traffic count time period. So this would be the ideal business to have there, where the traffic is concentrated after hours. Just wanted to make that point. So I guess, you know what, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next online we have Jeffrey Verba. Jeff, one moment, please.
Hello, Madam Chair. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Please state your name and address
Yep.
for the record.
Madam Chair and Honorable Councilman, this is Jeff Burba. Address is 3005 North Blanc Way in Meridian, Idaho, 83646. A couple things that I'm really concerned with is on the November 19th planning and zoning meeting that you guys had, there was proposed 5 buildings to go in that lot. Right now, they have the one going in, which is the medical center that's going in there, and prefer possibly this building here going in. At that time, they said there's 125 parking spaces in that corner lot there. If he's going to be taking up 100 of those for his business, that's leaving 25 spaces for the remainder of the 4 buildings that may be going in there. Granted, I know that the buildings probably aren't going to be opened up much past 11 o'clock at night, but I don't know what type of buildings are going in there. So if you're giving each one of those buildings only 2 to 3 spots, what are we going to do? The other thing I'm concerned with is last meeting, he mentioned that he has up to 30 staff that will be living there or possibly be in there. So that's up to 30 cars out of his 170 that we were going to ask him to have spots for. If he's got bands coming in, if they're a local band, he may have any place from 2 to 5 cars there, depending on the size of the band, and spouses or people that are helping with the stage. And that, if he's got people coming in from driving down, like you said, to Portland, we have buses that are coming in or campers. Where are these planning on being parked at? The other thing was last meeting too, he mentioned that on the side where you said the ride shares set up at now, that was going to be the smoking area for the smokers to be able to go out and have their cigarette before they go back in. So now all of a sudden that area gets changed again to the ride share area. Also, another concern, we're looking at just strictly at the nightclub at night. He did mention that he's going to be using this facility during the daytime hours too. We're talking 400 people at night. There's no limit on daytime. He could bring up to 700 people in for a cheer competition that might be going on there. In that case, the odds are most people aren't going to be using ride shares during the day coming into that type of issue. So there's a possibility up to 350 people that are wanting to go in there. They're going to be in parking in our neighborhood. My house, I have 3 parking spots out in front of my house. That's all I have for my family or whatever else that's coming over to visit us. Unless they pull around in the alley behind my house, park in the driveway, and then have to walk half a block to a block to get around to the front of my house so they can come in through the front door. We need to make sure that if this facility is approved with you guys, that we have something in place that we can protect the homeowners out in this area, to protect our parking area, to protect our noise compliance, to protect us. We were here way before this was even planned to go in. That's something we need to look at. The other thing I'd like to say is I want to have all the parking spots or roadways in prior to them getting a conditional use permit. Right now, there's only 2 entrances to the building. It'd be coming down Eagle Road. You have to take a right in there to go in, or you have to come down Eustic Road heading east and take a right to go in. There is no way to get in off of Center Point without going through our subdivision. And we are highly against trying to get more traffic coming through our subdivision here and unknown people coming in at that time. My main concern is, even with his facility there, yes, he'll get the parking spots by putting this extra parking in where the 3 businesses aren't going up yet. But when those 3 businesses go in, we don't know how many parking spots they're going to need. If it's a restaurant going in, they may need 20 to 25 spots. If he's using all 125 that are in that area for his business, the new businesses going in there won't have any place for their patrons to park. We need to look in the future at the parking for that area, not in the present where he's trying to go through and say we can extend this out that way. Madam Chair and Honorable Councilman, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Verba. Madam Clerk, do we have, who do we have next?
Madam Chair, we have others signed in, but no one else indicating a wish to testify. But we do have one raised hand online.
Okay.
John, one moment, please. John, you have the ability to unmute yourself. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jonathan Hager. My address is 3664 North Summer Park Place, Meridian, Idaho. I commented at the last meeting. I'll add comments specific to what has happened tonight. 2 concerns that I have. The first is the requirement that was given was for him to be able to obtain a cross parking permit, which has failed to happen. I think that making the adjustment in the top line in terms of the capacity of the facility is sort of a fool's errand. I operate a business. I have 46 employees. I don't know very many businesses that will have profit margins that are large enough where you can just take 40 to 60%, depending on what number you're saying he started with, if it was 700 or 1,000. How many businesses can take half of their top line, reduce it, maintain the same debt service because the capital expenditures haven't changed, and continue to be a going concern? If that's something that can happen in this business, perhaps I'm in the wrong business, but I know a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of business owners in town. I don't think this business is going to be feasible with the recommendation that he's made. I also would like to say that the research that he's done, while he's done a lot of work, I don't think he's necessarily done the relevant work. The cities that he's citing are not similar in size, neither are they similar geographic locations. He's choosing large urban centers like Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco are all on his list, and other places as far away as Florida and Arkansas. These locations don't have similar parking requirements. He's saying he's 30% better than what you would see in downtown San Francisco or LA or Chicago. These numbers are irrelevant and they shouldn't be considered by the council. I think that the last hearing was clear that he had something that had to get done. He wasn't able to get it done. I'm recommending that the council deny approval. Appreciate you hearing my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hager.
Madam Chair, we have MK. One moment, MK.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Michelle Kinniston, 3725 North Neath Avenue, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. I would just like to add to the comments today that last time we talked, the traffic circle was being used as a place to send traffic through, but that traffic circle is not an appropriate use for these kinds of businesses. It was a traffic circle meant for the location that's there right now, and it would have to be rebuilt to accommodate the traffic that would be flowing through that neighborhood circle. Second of all, the other clubs that he is trying to compare himself to are not in neighborhoods, and he admits he's very much in the middle of a neighborhood. And there's no parking garage for anyone to go park in and attend his facility events. And he's also made it clear that his people have to park 7 to 8 blocks away. Those 7 to 8 blocks away are in our neighborhoods. They are across dangerous streets and in places where we have our children and we live and raise our kids and expect them to be in a safe place. He has also said that he has conversed with many people in the city and gotten it all approved and desirable by people in the city, but he didn't talk about the people in our neighborhoods. And if he did, he would discover that handily, we do not want it here. We are up to 190 people saying, no, do not bring this in, to the 40 who I don't even know where they live, saying that they want it here. But this affects our lives and our neighborhoods. We would also like him fact-checked because he has demonstrated an ability to say things that are questionable, and we would like the opportunity to challenge what he's saying, particularly on the list of property developments who have denied him. We, in our greatest win-win here is for him to go somewhere else with his business and not put it right here on this corner in our neighborhood. He said foremost, the concern of everyone is parking and traffic, but that is not true. Our foremost concern is the immorality of it and what it does to make our neighborhood unsafe for our women, for our children, for the city of Meridian, how it has been developed as a family neighborhood. And we want to see that maintained, and that is our foremost concern. We also feel like the reality of saying he wants 1,000 patrons, okay, now 500, okay, now 400, is really just an attempt to get the CUP approved, as there is no way, and the police force has already declared that there's no way for them to enforce it. So he can really just say whatever he wants and change it later. And that's a great concern to us as well.
Thank you.
I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I see no other hands raised online.
Thank you. Sir, you may come forward. Yeah, just come forward and talk into the mic. Yeah. Yep. And state your name and address for the record.
David Sattler, 2060 East Lobelia Street, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. I think there's been a lot already said. I agree with many of the statements that have already been provided. I feel like this is a conditional use permit. And I think the question that we have to ask ourselves is there a compelling reason for us to grant an exception? And quite honestly, I think that there isn't. I think that there was an inability to acquire the parking that this council requested. I think that there is quite clearly a lack of community love for this particular establishment in this particular location. I don't think that anybody here is saying that a music venue is necessarily a bad idea. I think that what you're hearing is that this close to neighborhoods at this particular location isn't a good idea. I think that based on my research that I've done of nightclub zoning best practices, there are distinct designations and regulations and requirements for nightclubs that this applicant has been unable to meet. And I think it behooves this board to benefit from those best practices. I think that would be, I guess, my opinion. There really is no compelling reason, and to grant an exception, I think the rule is there for a reason, and I think granting an exception, I feel like we're honestly forcing something that into a location that just isn't a good fit. With all of the energy and effort between the community and the applicant that have put into this, I feel like there's been a lot of good thought, but I just think it's the wrong location. And I thank you for your time.
If there's no more testimony, would the applicant like to come forward again?
Madam Chair, real quick.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I just wanted to address one thing just for clarification of both the public and the applicant and the commission. Regarding the potential traffic going through the neighborhood, one of our conditions of approval is related to working with the Villasport owners to construct the northernmost drive aisle on the Villasport site to get them to have another access to that center point lane on the south side. So that would be hopefully avoid some of that. So I just wanted to mention that that was thought of and attempted to be addressed. And the rest I'll leave to Brian. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the commissioners. So just as some of the calls had mentioned, that our safety plan, if you were to go through that entirely, it is quite extensive. As I mentioned, it does cover our security staff directing traffic where they are lawfully allowed to do so, which is in and out of the parking lot too. You know, if you're leaving a parking lot, I would suspect that most people would try to get to the main road as opposed to trying to duck through a neighborhood, and the staff is there to ensure that. Additionally, if there's any concerns, it's not like we'll listen to the concern and address it later down the road. The reason that the safety plan implements that cell phone contact for the neighbors and anybody who might be affected adversely is so that those issues such as noise or parking can be addressed immediately as they happen, not later down the line. And that, as I mentioned in the original testimony, would be provided to all the neighbors who are within that immediate vicinity. For the notices of this original hearing, I intentionally went farther out than what the city code had required as far as radius, just to ensure I'd contacted some of those neighbors that otherwise would not have had an opportunity to voice their opinions. See. The reason that this is still a viable business plan is not just because we're trying to squeeze it through. We're trying to accommodate as much as we can, but only a percentage of our overall operations, as I mentioned in my previous presentation, is reliant solely upon maximum capacity events. And the reason for that is because we're not solely a music venue, just like we're not solely an event center. A lot of those venues do operate on tighter margins and capacities. Therefore, they have to fill the house every weekend, or that is part of their pertinent business plan. The reason for the cross parking agreement in the previous request is because of the capacity and not the other way around. We didn't require the cross parking because that was the prominent factor. It was that we'd required the cross parking based on the request for the 3-to-1 ratio, which the previous that was posed by the commission previously. We have to go all the way back to the fact that the scale of this business is small. It's in hundreds and not thousands. We're talking about hundreds of people and not thousands of people. We're talking about less than 200 cars. We're not talking about thousands of cars. What people are imagining now is trying to get out of the fairgrounds or trying to get out of the Canyon County Fair when everybody's trying to leave at the same time. Then we're doing it with a scale of thousands of cars, and that's just not a realistic application for that vision. If we want to talk about facilities that are similar, that do music and dancing, that are closer to houses that are currently existing, well, if you look at the Buffalo Club, there's a neighborhood right across the street. It's not hundreds of feet away. If you look at Cowgirls in Cuna, they're right next to houses. They're right across the street. They're not, I think the 328 feet before we even touch the first house. As far as the opposition numbers, it's not really reasonable for someone to say, hey, there's 190 people against us. If you were to go through letter by letter, there's many of those people who have actually written in 10 or more times. So to go back and say, hey, we've counted this person 10 times as 10 people who have written in opposition is just not a reasonable assessment. As far as us just being dilly-dally with the actual capacity, I did again mention that state-of-the-art system that does in fact alert us and allow us to crack down on the capacity limitations. Not to mention the fact that we are looking at fines from the city, as well as our insurance may even refuse to cover us if we exceed our rated capacity that's approved. Going back to whether or not this community approves, well, across the valley, we have over that 1,000 people who've already signed up to see what we're doing, that are excited to be here. We've pledged over $20,000 in free venue use to the Idaho Humane Society, Marine Canine Rescue. The reason the cheerleading camp came up is because there was a group that wanted to come in and use it for a cheerleading competition. All these excessive uses, we've pledged it to the Meridian Arts Commission, and then also the majority of all the nonprofits are in support of it, and I can even furnish you those messages because they were excited that they were able to finally now have events in Meridian as opposed to just be in Boise where their facilities are. As you can see, there's no exceptions that are being requested. The only thing that I'm requesting is we've met the parking ratio request of the 3-to-1, which was the original significant concern. Otherwise, we're just using this exact property for the exact general commercial use to which it was originally intended long before any of those houses were built. And that zoning has not changed. That's all I have, Your Honor. Commissioner.
Thank you. So at this time, can I get a motion to close the public hearing for item number H-2021-0004?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on H-2021-0004. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Comments?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Casanelli.
I've actually got a couple of questions for Joe, if I could. Joe, do you have a diagram at full build out, what all the traffic flow, the way the pads are laid out? Everything I see, nothing connects. What I want to see is the roads connecting up to Center Point and then that roundabout. Do you have a slide with that by chance?
Commissioner Casanelli, I do not. This would be the connection to the south. This would be the corner of the property we're talking about, and then this is the drive aisle that will connect there. I do know that this drive aisle that also connects up to Ustick is part of the construction drawings for the already approved CCC for this site, for this Wadsworth site. So that will be constructed as required. I would have to dig through and pull out some of the old Villa Sport stuff to see what else is going to be there. As for this site, those pad sites up at the north end have not been applied for. There's been no administrative applications put in for those yet. So those are currently unknown.
Is Center Point the only way out, or will there be a driveway that will be a right in, right out onto Ustick to the east of Center Point?
Yes, sir. Just this one right here on the west end of the Wadsworth site.
Okay, so that is not Center Point there where your cursor is?
Correct. No, that is not Center
That's
Point.
that's another access point.
Yes, this is their main access point in and out.
Okay, but then to get to directly onto Eagle Road, it's southbound through the project to that roundabout off of, is it Picard?
Yeah, down Cajun Lane and then, yes. So it would come down here, connect, and then out to Eagle.
Okay. And then if I could, another question, a little different one. We've talked a little bit about the capacity. The applicant has agreed to go down to the 400, but is there an enforcement instrument or whatever in there that, I mean, because fire code is what will trump everything, and I think that's up there in the 700 or so. But if the applicant is just agreeing to 400 for parking, but 5 or 6 or 700 come in, I mean, is there anything that that can be done on the city side to enforce that?
Commissioner Casanelli, great question. And we discussed this a little bit at the last hearing in March, and unfortunately, there's not a lot. There are other, it kind of falls into the same guys or same, trying to think of the word, having a brain fart here. Same issue that we have with daycares when we limit those capacities. I don't go in there and count all the kids. It's on a good faith system largely. I know that's not in code, and I trust me, I understand the frustrations of the public for that. A lot of it is self-policing as well as community policing. When we start getting complaints and then police have to go out there and then, hey, you are over capacity, that's gonna, be an issue, and you can have, the applicant could have the CUP revoked for that. That is a thing that can happen. It's unfortunately not something that we can, short of me standing out there, it's part of my salary position. I can't really guarantee that will be adhered to, but that we run that risk with anything that we limit the capacity on underneath the fire code.
Thank you. So if I can follow up that with comments.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'm torn on this. I know a couple of things from the last meeting, and I think, and I know Joe did address that question last meeting, but since the number changed, I kind of wanted to address it again as far as the capacity. I don't know that the noise and some of the things would be as bad as some of the people might think that they would be. I'm trying to think back in the days that I used to go out and that sort of thing. It's been a long time ago. Even in strip malls, I can remember clubs that were in strip malls, maybe like Buffalo Club or something, that shared with other businesses. And outside of maybe some trash that would get picked up in the morning, everybody kind of is in that main area in front of the venue, and then they're out of there. The problem that I have with this one is that there's so much of the traffic is going to be forced through. I could just see people coming out after drinking, hitting that roundabout and not knowing which way is Eagle Road. They'll drive around that thing 3 times and then wind up going Cajun and up and around some of those other streets, going up to Center Point and turn left instead of right, thinking that, hey, we can get out, maybe we can get out to Eagle Road, going, turning left here, and wind up running around the neighborhood 3 times before they finally figure it out how to get out of there. Most of these other, you look at Buffalo Club, you look at Cowgirls, their access to a main road is right there. Buffalo Club is right on Fairview. You can go left or right out there. There's a side road alongside that development. There's a lot of ways you can get out of there without having to go through. Nothing takes you through a residential neighborhood. We didn't get that cross access parking. I'm leery about the enforcement of the capacity. Fire department can shut the event down if they're over fire code on a given night. They can shut them down and force everybody to leave. But if they've got 500 or 600 people in there because they're over capacity, so to speak, from a parking aspect, there isn't the code enforcement to really cover that, as Joe mentioned. I think this is a great product. I think the city could do well with it. I think it would be, it would fit 10 times better even across the street, either to the east or to the north, where there's better access, direct access to U-Stick, direct access to Eagle Road, where with this one, except for the one right in, right only, right out only to onto U-Stick. All the access is running through residential, and that's my hang up on this one. And that for those reasons, I'm really leery about it. Again, if it was and I can appreciate the applicants trying to find space in this town. It's difficult, but I look at it and it's just, it's a difficult one because you almost have to get to it through residential neighborhoods. That's the tough one for me.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
I can appreciate the concerns with going through the neighborhood. I don't personally see that as a long-term issue, I guess. There's no out from that neighborhood in terms of you're not going to cut through that neighborhood to get somewhere. So if you make the mistake one time, you're not doing it again the next time, essentially. So, I mean, that to me is a somewhat moot. Long-term, short-term, maybe, long-term, not as much. But looking at what we asked the applicant to go back and get information on, he brought back the first two and he answered the third one, which was the cross-access parking, by not being able to achieve that, but showing another step. And then looking at the 8 things that we have in here for meeting the required findings for the CUP. I'm having a hard time finding a reason based on what is in front of us that I could get behind denying based on what we are tasked with grading this against, I guess. Would I like to see it somewhere else? Sure. But that's not necessarily what we're being asked to judge this request on. Does it meet these requirements? Yes or no? And for me, it meets all of the requirements. And he also came back and met or addressed the additional concerns that we had from the previous hearing.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lorcher.
I'd like to add on to what Commissioner Grove said. I think the challenge is whenever you live in a neighborhood and there's a piece of dirt in front of your neighborhood, you as a homeowner don't have control on what that's going to be. What if it was a hospital? What if it was an In-N-Out Burger where there's constant flow of traffic? The fact that almost all 4 corners have a drinking establishment already leads me to believe that, Wingers has football and they can get rowdy over there. There's the Land Ocean New American Grill is going to go in where Pinnacle Sports Bar, there's Chili's. And like Commissioner Grove said, he fulfilled the requirement findings for the CUP. The parking is disappointing. I think he'll have his challenges to being able to be good neighbors and being able to take care of that without having tow companies involved. But that's a challenge that he's going to have to deal with. And if he aggravates and upsets his customers, he's not going to be in business very long. So again, I agree with Commissioner Grove. I'm having a hard time finding the 1 through 8 items that he hasn't addressed or acknowledged.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Seal.
just a quick question for Joe. Is the the reason for the cup, is it because is it because it's close to residential, or is it just because of the type of business?
The CUP, it's for the drinking establishment, period. That's a
Period.
conditional use within the CG zoning district.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something tied to the closeness of the residential.
A proximity thing, no. The only part of the code that could loosely, in my opinion, be tied to that would be the specific use standards for the indoor rec center, which talks about if there's an outdoor music venue. It talks about any outdoor sound, period, can't be within a certain distance of a residential district. But this is not going to be outdoors, so that part's not applicable. The concept of a music venue in general, there's nothing specific in code, unfortunately, that dictates that.
Okay, and, another question. I don't remember seeing one. Was there a sound study done as part of this?
The applicant did provide some sound analysis and noted certain materials that would be used. I'm not a sound engineer, obviously. That's not something typical that we have or do. I don't know what I would be basing it against, unfortunately. But obviously for good sound, you want it to stay inside. Otherwise there wouldn't be a point internally, to have the good music. So but other than that, I do not know, sir.
Okay, we've had stuff submitted before. Generally, it's because there's freeway noise or something like that, where people have submitted basically engineering sound plans in order to mitigate the freeway sounds or the sounds of something that's noisy next to them. So
right.
I don't know if this had something along those lines.
Within his narrative, he did provide some information to that. Yes. I just don't know if it was a full sound study.
Gotcha. I'm really torn on this one. I mean, the parking is not ideal. That said, when they put the medians in on Eagle Road, it kind of made everything not ideal as far as in and out. But I understand why they did it. So we've got something that's going to be close to a subdivision. And to put that into perspective, all the people that are in that subdivision, I'm sure every single person on Leslie Drive came in here and was against that proposed subdivision because they were there first. And they didn't want their neighborhood ruined. And they didn't want all the people coming in, and they didn't want all those little tiny houses in there and all the low income people it was going to bring. And that's the way it is right now. Right now, there's a lot of things that can go into a lot of places, and they're not going to make people happy. But it is where you live. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's the way that I see this. Everybody's always for something. They always come up and they say, I'm not against something like this. I just don't want it in my neighborhood. I want it somewhere else, which is unfortunate. There's a lot of things I don't want to go in close to my neighborhood. They're going to. It's coming. The growth is unstoppable at this point in time. It's going to happen. The parking is not ideal. My biggest question, I guess a question for Joe is on the capacity portion of this. The rated capacity versus the enforced capacity. You've touched on the enforcement of it a little bit, but I guess maybe it's more of a question for legal is if they have a rated capacity and we try to enforce a different capacity, can that affect their insurance and everything as the applicant said? Or is that more conjecture than anything? Because again, they're going to build a building for a rated capacity, and we are going to try to enforce a different capacity on that.
Commissioner Seal, I don't know about the insurance side of it, but I do know that changing the capacity with the conditional use permit is allowed. I mean, that is one of the parameters that is largely used, as you know better than me. regarding the private side of it and insurance and things like that, I can't speak to that. I don't know if legal can.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I don't think it's one of your decision analysis to worry about his insurance. It's, can you enforce the 400 capacity that is under the fire code? The fire department shows up, sees that it's under 500 or whatever their rating is, and they're fine. If the city gets reports, as Joe touched on, that they are potentially exceeding the 400, the city would have to probably send out code enforcement personnel who generally aren't available on weekends and evenings. But that's the procedure for how that would be enforced. And as Joe mentioned, if the city finds that that 400 capacity is being exceeded, then the remedy is to commence proceedings to revoke the conditional use permit. So that kind of gets to your evaluation criteria. Proposed use, if it complies with all conditions of approval, will not adversely affect other property in the vicinity. It's what are your conditions of approval and will they be effectively enforced?
Understood. Mine was more to be able to help put teeth into the enforcement. I mean, if it was a true statement, it might help with, ease people that, yeah, this guy could lose his insurance and use we have the ability to, or the city has the ability, I should say, to enforce loss of the conditional use permit. So, I mean, it does already have teeth in it. My worry is, as far as a business perspective, why would you build a building that can hold 1,000 people and agree to only ever put 400 in it? Why not build a building that can hold 400 people? That's the biggest question I have in a business sense. The other side of this is, unfortunately, you're going to be located very close to residents, affected or not, who are going to make it their mission to pick up their pitchforks and axes and call the police every time somebody drives wrong, every time somebody flashes their lights, every time somebody flicks a cigarette butt in the wrong direction. And that's what I see happening here. And I find that to be unfortunate because I think a lot of the criteria has been met. I think there are very valid concerns as to the project. Personally, I would like to see something like this come into Meridian. I think we're sorely lacking in that area. We're lacking in things like this as much as we are bike paths. I mean, so I would like to see this come in. I'm not discounting the concerns that are out there, and I do share similar feelings on the parking, on how it's going to work, on how that would turn out. But I think the single biggest problem that we're going to have is people are mad. They're going to maybe only short term, but possibly long term, try to make life extremely miserable for you. And especially when you're operating at a completely reduced capacity. I just don't know how that's going to work and how much the city is going to have to be involved and how much misery and pain that's going to bring on to people. So it's concerning.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I may provide you some context. So I'm looking at the code. I'm looking at our ordinance for conditional use permits. And certainly, you're right. Your job is tasked to enforce the code, but the conditional use says you could add, and I'll quote it here, it says you can require more restrictive standards than those generally required in this title to safeguard the public interest. And so I'm hearing all of this talk, and you're right. You guys are struggling with this decision because you hear somebody that's passionate about opening a business, and you hear the concerns of the neighbors. But the other part of the conditional use is the duration and timing of the use. And that's really, to me, where we're at here. You hear Joe or the city staff wanting to limit the occupancy. Let's say, for example, we do that. And all of it, right now, when you look at the aerial of this site, there's nothing else constructed out there. And that's really the concern, I think, from staff standpoint is
And what I'm hearing from the commission is if we don't have all that connectivity and any parking in place, people are going to park on dirt. People are going to drive through dirt to get to the light. People are going to cut through the neighborhood. That's really the concern here. So what you have with this conditional use permit is if you feel inclined to approve it, you can have that condition that says they're capped at 400. And at such time as Villa Sports happens and everything else develops, if they want to come back and modify that conditional use permit and it's working, then he has the ability to modify those conditions and say, hey, we're working. We haven't had any complaints, commission. We think we want to increase our capacity. And now we have a shared parking agreement. And we want you to allow us to operate the way we envisioned when we first came before you, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. That's how you can probably mitigate some of these concerns. You can cap them at 400 with the caveat that if they want to expand that in the future, they come back to this body through a CUP process. You have the ability that they can't go beyond 400 until they have a shared parking agreement in place with the surrounding developments. Or you can say, you know, we don't feel you have adequate circulation or parking for this. You can deny this and the applicant has the ability to appeal your decision to city council. So there's different avenues you can take here. And you're right, I have dealt with this site in the past and I have been in at neighbors' houses out there talking with them about other commercial businesses in the area, and we've had to rectify some of those past decisions. And I don't want to see that happen here. And we want to be sensitive to that. So to me, if you guys are inclined to recommend approval of this tonight, I think I would put some sideboards on it. You can do this in such time as you get a cross parking agreement, or you don't get to operate until you get a cross parking agreement. Certainly you have that ability with the CUP.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lorcher.
with a CUP, just on protocol, does this go to city council or are we the defining, we're the decision maker here?
We are the decision maker.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're not making a recommendation. We're saying yes or
Deciding.
no.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Joe.
the one caveat to that is that applicants or members of the public can appeal decisions to the council.
Sure.
Following the action done by the commission. It's the one caveat.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Wheeler.
I'd like to add some comments here too. I'm in agreement here with Commissioner Grove and Commissioner Lorcher here on taking a look at the staff report and looking at their findings. Everything seems to be in a line here. They're using terms in here like there is no results in no damage. This proposal here for this use will not be detrimental for any persons. It will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community or create excessive additional costs for public facilities. Seems like there's a lot of things that are just buttoned up for this to happen. And another thing that I took a look at here is I was looking at the out pads, the extra building pads that are there, that are around. I know there's been concern about some of those being used or the parking kind of spilling over into that area. From my experience, it seems that those pads need to carry their own weight of parking. And if they can't, then the developer or that proposed use will come before this board again or this body again, and we take a look at it to see if we want to grant some sort of cross parking agreement at that time or adjust the parking requirements. But I see the need for, or I can hear that people here in this community see a need for such use on this, and it seems that the staff has done a thorough job on taking a look at what could cause any sort of issues, and you've addressed these things in a very thorough and organized fashion.
Any other comments or discussion? Yeah, I've gone back and forth on this. I love the idea of this. It would certainly be much easier if it was somewhere else. And I guess the comment that Bill made was exactly my question is, as this develops out and there's more adjustments as time goes on with additional parking, can they come back? Because I really don't see how, as well thought out as every other thing in your business plan was, that it still functions by keep lowering the capacity. But I guess that's not what we're here to parent over. If it feels he can make it work at 400, and that's what, because although he didn't bring in a cross parking agreement, I think he adhered, I guess, to the spirit of what was intended. I guess at this point, if somebody's got a motion, we can, or any other comments, we can move forward.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with this one. So
No, keep going.
right now, the capacity limitation is self-imposed by the applicant. Is that correct, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
That 400 number is, I did not make that. We did not make that. To Bill's point, you can pick a different one based upon the concerns noted.
okay, I just want to make sure, because if that's we would have to put that in a motion to.
That is correct, sir. Yes. I have a current one in there regarding, I think it's 500. And I spoke about how I got to that number with the 4-to-1 ratio of the number of capacity versus patrons. But yes, you're right. You'd have to, if it's going to be a different number, you have to have it in your motion.
So
Along with any of the timing that Bill spoke about.
Is it limited to, is that limit on customers, or is that limit of the capacity of the building, period?
Great question. In my, wow, it's been a long week.
It's
In my-
A3A.
Yeah, in my condition, I noted that it does include the employees as well. So it's going to include basically that tenant suite, that patrons, customers, as well as the employees, because the employees will be the ones that utilize the parking the longest.
I'll ask a long question here that probably has a short answer. Since we're going to limit this to 400, and I don't see it exceeding, I can't imagine that doubling and people being happy about it. Can we limit the amount of space that can we limit the building to a capacity as far as what it's capable of holding? Or was that already addressed in a development agreement?
That is not addressed in the development agreement. That is what you guys are doing now. Are you saying that you could have a step process saying that you'll have a lower capacity now and saying that in the future it will never exceed a certain amount?
Well, just essentially limit the building's capacity to a certain number of people by constraining it to a certain size.
Yes, essentially that's what you can do through the CUP.
Okay, because right now we're allowing him, I mean, he could build a building that could hold 2,000 people, and we're saying you can only have 400 people in there. So,
well, to be more specific on that, until this use applies for a TI, and that's this specific use, the fire plan reviewers will not be able to give us a dedicated number. How the interior of the tenant suite is laid out is very important to determine that, because as soon as they start adding tables, that changes their ratios. If they have how big their dance floor is, all of those things go into that. I loosely got a number from the fire plan reviewers just based on a preliminary floor plan that I was given. And there was a range anywhere from 5 to 750, depending on if there's additional tables and things like that. So there's definitely room to play with what the fire capacity will even be. I think that based upon my conversations, it's probably going to be lower end of that, probably between the 500 and 600. So fire capacity may limit it more than what has been discussed in this hearing. So 1,000 was never going to be part of the question, period. And I don't think 750 is either. So if that helps you guys, I hope that does.
Does, and in the picture you have there, which is that oriented north-south, or is that, do you know?
South is to the top of the picture.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Lorcher.
for our motion, I would propose that what Commissioner Seal said, to have a capacity, but I think that the applicant should have the ability to come back to increase his capacity if his business model is working and he does get cooperation with the other tenants for parking.
Madam Chair, and
Mr. Seal.
question for Joe, that's kind of built into the process, correct? Or does that require that we state that in a motion? The ability to come back and ask for more capacity in the future.
It is my understanding that they, regardless of if you note it, that the applicant can just do a CUP modification at a future date. However, for whoever is on the commission in the future date, if there is already a condition noting that this was something that was discussed, that might be worth adding. But process-wise, it's not a requirement, no. Well, let me say that further. Now I'm thinking about it more. The only way that it would be a requirement is if there's a certain timing associated with it, as Bill alluded to. If there's once you get A, then you can request it, then yes, that's going to be a requirement of the motion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Lorcher.
So we can't say just a future date, have it be ambiguous. It has to say when a tenant agreement or parking agreement happens, that we have to have something definitive, or can it be more vague?
No,
Commissioner
understanding-
Lorcher.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry.
Joe.
Yeah, if it's going to be vague, then the normal process and the allowance of a future modification is what you should just not say anything if it's going to be vague. If there is something specific, the cross parking is an example, but also part of the CUP, you could put a certain sunset date period and say, not until after 5 years can you come back. Those are all things that are in your parameters to add.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm thinking mentioning it is just a courtesy to the future commission that it was
Right.
thought of, and they don't have to rehash it all, but I don't think a sunset is necessary. I mean, let's come back.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Grove.
I think maybe how we could help future us's is to put in something along the lines of how we've been approaching the percentage, essentially, of parking. So not just getting a parking agreement in place with neighbors, but being able to hit a certain threshold with that to keep it consistent with what we've discussed. Might make it a little easier for future commissions to have an idea of where we were coming from.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Seal.
just if anybody else wants to comment, I'm ready to make a motion here, but I want to make sure that, I mean, essentially the capacity is really the capacity and their ability to come back at a later date to ask for more parking. Is there anything else in here that somebody's wanting to see? If we were going to make a motion on this.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lorcher.
Commissioner Seal, I tried to write something down for the first time, but so I will defer to your expertise. I just had like with the other tenants, nothing specific as a cross parking agreement, because if the other tenants aren't, that's not within their business model, they're not willing to do that, then that limits this applicant any future growth. But if as a collective group of tenants together, they have kind of a gentleman's agreement or a business agreement that they have it, but not necessarily in writing. So maybe not have it saying, if it is a cross parking agreement, I have more of parking with the other tenants on the site. It's just a general rule.
Madam Chair,
Good, Joe.
the Commissioner Lorcher, there already is an existing cross parking for all of the tenants and all of the future building sites within this 5-lot subdivision. So that cross parking is already existing. The main crux would be additional parking beyond what is going to be constructed on the site. And that's where you could impose saying if you cannot come back, or I should, if you get that cross parking, then you can increase your capacity, that type of a situation.
Okay, thank
Beyond
you.
the site, yeah.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Not to keep going down the road here, and Commissioner Seal, I know you're about ready to go forward, but another question came up for Joe. A member of the public that spoke brought up a point of future tenants in this. If there were something, a business, perhaps a restaurant or something that competed hour-wise with this that wanted to go in, how would their parking, I mean, most of these businesses, if they close up by 8, they're not going to, their parking is not going to impact the parking here. But if there was something else that had hours to 10 or 11, say, whose parking might be impacted by this parking, how do you view that down the road?
Great question, Commissioner Casanelli, and for the members of the commission, it's a good learning thing. One, unfortunately, there isn't specific parking requirements for this specific use. A drinking establishment, for example, versus a restaurant. That's all wrapped into one. So 1 per 250 square feet, that is. All of the future sites and what is already existing will be based on what their proposed use is and the minimum parking required by code. I can't require more, so as long as they're meeting those minimums, then those sites could be utilized based upon the size of those buildings. If they get to a point where they exceed it, then we can't approve it, and they have to come through us each time. For the hours portion, the applicant, or I should say the landowner, is actually doing some self-policing there. For example, the Jamba Juice, and that's going to be in the other suite in this building. And I've seen the agreement that they're limiting them to close at, I believe it's 7 p.m. Or 6 or 7 p.m. or something like that. So that's part of their agreement with some of these new tenants that are coming in. So I think that some of that will get quelled. And again, I don't want to speak for the landowners, but I do believe that one of the uses on the other side might be a bank, which does not have late hours. And then there was word of a coffee shop, but I don't know if that's going to happen. And those generally don't go later into the day either.
Madam Chair, one thing that I would like to add, and I don't know if it's going to help anything or not, and the reason I asked the orientation of the building is I would like to put something in here that the sound direction is concentrated away from the closest, focused away from the nearest housing. I think that's what I have written down here. Just trying to make sure that, essentially where the stage is, where the sound is focused, the direction that it's going to be emanating is away from the nearest housing as much as possible. Right now with the orientation of it, it's kind of going that direction. So that's a little bit of a concern for me with the construction that they're proposing. I think it's less of an issue, but it is, a way to mitigate some of the concerns that are out there as far as sound. If anybody has any issues with that, let me know.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Lorcher.
Commissioner Seal, didn't the tenant or the applicant fulfill the requirements for sound? Wouldn't that be redundant to put it in there specifically? Or you would just like to have it as an extra reminder?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Seal. Yeah, I kind of had the same thought. I think the building itself was designed as fairly sound.
I agree, but there's been no true sound study done. We're relying on the applicant's analysis of what the sound can and will do. I just think this adds another layer of trying to get along with one's neighbors as well as possible. So, and again, if you've been to a venue when you're walking up on it, if you come in from behind the building, I'll use the Revolution Concert House as a great example. If music's going on and you walk up or you're behind the buildings, you don't hear a lot. If you're out in the parking lot, you hear everything. So that's, the sound direction focus can definitely play into something. So if it's focused in that direction, kind of no matter what it is, the bass is going to escape and it's going to float that direction. So, if you want to challenge that, just have some teenager turn up their car driving down your road. You'll know.
One of those.
Exactly. So it was just a concern that kind of, to me, the sound of this needs to blend in with the neighborhood as much as possible. So just a concern. So with that, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2021-004 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of May 6, 2021, with the following modifications: that the capacity be limited to 400 people, that the applicant can come back at a later date to ask for an increase in capacity when more permanent parking is available, and that sound direction is focused away from the nearest housing.
Madam Chair.
Joe.
Sorry, I know. One last thing, that I do have an existing condition in there that talks about the cross parking, but because that was not able to be obtained, your motion should include striking that condition.
In lieu of the 400 capacity, maybe. Okay. What's the condition number on that, Joe?
8A3.D.
And that we strike condition 8A3.B.
D as in David, sorry.
Oh, sorry, D as in David.
Is there a
Second.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve item H-2021-0004 with conditions. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Madam Clerk, do you need a roll call? Or is
Madam
that
Chair, for
sufficient?
the record, I want to confirm that was Commissioner Tassinelli who said nay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is, and we are just full of CUPs tonight. H-2021-0019, Mountain America Credit Union drive-through. And we will begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Commissioners, you get to hear me more. Been told I got a radio voice, so maybe it's nice. I don't even know at this point. But as noted, this is item number 5, Mountain America Credit Union CUP. The applications before you are a conditional use permit. Administrative design review was already approved for the building at staff level, which we allow concurrently with CUPs. Size of the property is 1.16 acres, currently zoned CG, and it's on lot 13 of the Lost Rapids subdivision, which is part of the Costco site. It is on the west side of North 10 Mile Road and about an 1/8 mile south of Chinden. To the north, as noted, is more commercial. The 2 lots directly above are undeveloped, and then the corner lot is the Costco fuel station. To the south is more CG zoning and undeveloped, but directly to the south is the other drive-through site that was approved by this commission, I believe, last month. To the east is 10 Mile Road, and then to the east of that is R8 zoning and detached single-family uses. To the west is CG zoning and the Costco site, the larger building lot here. The future land use plan does constitute this site as a commercial designation, which obviously allows a plethora of commercial uses. The conditional use permit is requested for a drive-through. It is for a financial institution that is within 300 feet of a restaurant drive-through that I noted is directly to the south. As you can see on the site plan, this is a drive aisle, and then this site would be the other site that has the drive-through. This drive aisle is the main drive aisle off of 10 Mile Road. That's not the Lost Rapids public road further to the south, just to be clear. So there's this public road here, and then there's a drive aisle right here that is the other main access into the site. So there is no parking or connection points on this drive aisle. It is just a straight shot. Because it is within 300 feet of the existing or the approved drive-through, it does require a conditional use permit. The project must also comply with the specific use standards for a drive-through establishment in 11-4-3-11. Staff believes that the project meets all of the specific use standards. The proposed drive-through has 3 stacking lanes, as noted here, that are approximately 65 feet plus or minus from the drive aisle entrance here to the site. Furthermore, the proposed drive-up services are proposed in a detached structure. So you have the main building here, and then all of the drive-up facilities are actually detached and interior to the site. They are approximately 95 feet apart. Staff does not foresee that the stacking lanes will impede the circulation lanes to their north, especially because of the design of the detached drive-through. Stacking lanes are also less than 100 feet in length and therefore do not require an escape lane. The detached drive-through is not exceptionally visible from North 10 Mile Road, which is discussed in the specific use standards. And 10 Mile is the road on the eastern boundary. However, staff does find that the shared drive aisle that again doesn't have any parking or access to it and minimal tree landscaping does offer adequate surveillance opportunities, as well as a pretty clear line of sight from here into the development. The site plan will be more heavily scrutinized and analyzed with the future certificate of zoning compliance, which is required for all commercial uses. But upon my initial review of the site plan, they do meet all of the dimensional standards, parking counts, and fire access and landscaping. The only issue is a small landscaping. I think they just missed it. They need trees along the northern landscape boundary as well. That's the only issue I saw. As noted, the applicant did apply for administrative design review, which was approved at the staff level for the credit union building. The 2 main field materials are shown. The dark color is fiber cement and the white is stone. Staff has made specific conditions of approval for the elevations to be addressed prior to submitting for building permit following the CZC approval for the building. Staff does recommend approval of the proposed CUP request with the conditions of approval noted in the staff report, and I will stand for questions.
Would the applicant like to come forward?
Madam Chair, could I get a question to staff before they come up? Are we? Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. In case I forget it.
Okay. Is the applicant with us?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Please state your name and address for the record.
Shane Sanders, Sanders and Associate Architects, 2668 Grant Avenue, Ogden, Utah.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, appreciate your time this evening. As mentioned, this is a new branch location for Mountain America Credit Union. This will be their second location in Meridian. I think we agree with all the comments except for one I wanted to address with you. Item 4 in the review states the elevations submitted with the administrative design review application are approved with the following revisions. Show the north and south elevation with additional qualifying modulation per standard 3.1A and 3.1B in the architectural standard manual. The elevations that we had submitted, it was hard to read a lot of the articulation on the walls. The two in question are the north and south. Carly, can you zoom in on the south? Oh, they have control. Is there any way to zoom in on the south elevation?
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I do want to note that the design review is administratively approved, so that's not part of your decision tonight, just to let you all know.
So this is an issue we can address with staff?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Well, I can continue, or we can just do that offline with staff as we go through the approvals. I don't want to spend a lot of time if we don't need to.
Yeah, that's fine. We can work through it with staff.
Okay.
Perfect.
This is a rendering that we've included that we just gives you a better kind of idea of how it looks three-dimensionally. Large shed roof at the middle of the building, which is the lobby, just the larger volume where the lobby is. We have offices on each side of that high section in the middle. So I think that's it.
This time we'll take questions for the applicant or staff.
Madam Chair. I guess either one can answer this, but do you have a distance between the exit of the drive-through? Because that's what we're looking at. So the exit there to the main entrance coming into the development off of 10 Mile. I mean, is it right there on the corner as it looks?
Off of 10 Mile, so the drive out here and then where it is here?
The main entrance off of 10 Mile. And then if you turn to the right or go north on that drive aisle, the exit to the drive-through lanes are right there.
Yeah, so you're talking about here, sir? What this distance is?
Hold on, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah, I was on my my PC. I wasn't looking at your presentation. Yeah, that distance right there. I mean, it's right there, right?
Based upon the dimensions of the parking spaces, it's probably 30-ish feet, 35 feet.
And that's the exit, correct?
That is the exit, yeah. The entrance is over here.
So it's a single lane egress or exit.
Were there several orientations of that were discussed?
Yes. In the original pre-submittal meeting, we actually had the drive up attached to the branch on the north end where that parking is. We couldn't meet the landscape setback requirements on the north and south with it in that location and create enough room for them to turn around and exit back out. So this was our solution to that, is detaching it and moving it more to the inside of the development.
I know we're still in public hearing stuff, but I'd share a concern if I could. And this goes back to just a couple of days ago. I was at Costco and I was trying to come out one of the other, one of the Costco lanes that would be further north there on the left-hand side. And I waited for what seemed like 15, 20 cars to come through there and before I could get out. And when I did, I had to go north because I was going from a regular parking spot in Costco over to get gas. And I had to punch it to squeeze through a couple of cars, or I would have been waiting there for about 3 minutes. My concern with the proximity to the entrance there is I mean, you're going to get a steady flow of cars coming in there, turning right to go into Costco. People will be waiting there to exit especially if they want to turn left to get out. I just envision a backup there. And I don't know if that's something, Joe, that you guys looked at. If that was a concern to staff at all.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Castellani, that's not something I looked at too specifically. I think that is a good point. I do think that as all of these sites develop, there's going to be an increase of traffic in general. I do see your points. I don't think that it's going to be an overly major concern, only because there's other points of ingress and egress out here. Even if you have the site entrance further north, same issue that you noted, I think can happen there too.
Yeah, I think a bigger concern for me would be just kind of the safety point out there on that corner, the visibility of cars coming around that corner. And we didn't put any trees there, so the sight lines are not obstructed. A driver could see cars coming around the corner. We could add a stop sign there too, so people coming out of the drive-through have to stop and look before they pull into traffic, to create a little safer intersection there. So we're forcing them to stop and look.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Seal.
quick question for staff on the plat there to the south. It seemed like part of the deliverance we had on that was the lack of sidewalks. And where did we land on that? Did we require them to have sidewalks or not? I can't remember.
Commissioner Seal, I believe you did not add the sidewalks, other than the one that was already proposed following the staff report where you made them attached to 10 Mile.
Okay. That's kind of what I remembered, but I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Okay, is there anybody here that wishes to testify on this application?
Madam Chair, we have no one signed in to testify.
Okay. Sure, going forward.
Record Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood. I thought that was an interesting discussion about the exit. I bank next door at First Interstate, and that distance is even less than this, and the elevation is pretty high. The First Interstate sits up high.
Can't hear you, Kent.
Sorry. I apologize. But what ends up happening is because you're going through the drive aisle, people do get stuck there because it's Main Street. Is it Main Street that runs behind the building? Or is it Main Street's out here and that's Meridian? So Meridian has a lot of traffic on it and people will spend quite a bit of time there. And there never seems to be an issue. It's just the people at the bank just have to be patient, and there's certain times that you go, but I know it's less than 30, 40 feet that distance is, and you really can't see because you got to come down and around to go out onto Meridian Road. So it seems like it's just something with the drive aisles that you have to kind of do. It's not like fast food where you got somebody really anxious. I remember my first experience with a drive up was watching my mom give money to the bank and give her back a piece of paper. And I was going, I knew what money was. I didn't know what the piece of paper was. And so you're kind of patient there, I think, in the bank parking aisle. Anyway, just a thought.
Thank you. Anyone else to testify in this application? Okay. Does the applicant have any other comments?
I would just add that we pushed that drive-through north as far as we could to meet the stacking requirements, so we could give them plenty of space as they come out of that drive-through and kind of queue up to that stop sign or intersection. So we've tried to balance both the stacking and the exiting and push that exit as far north as we could. And we looked at landscaping so the views weren't hindered. So I just add that.
If there's no other questions or comments, I would take a motion to close the public hearing on H-2021-0019.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on H-2021-0019. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, I get it with the stacking and the waiting and stuff, but I guess nobody promised me I wasn't ever going to have to wait for a few minutes in life. So, yeah, I'm in favor.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal first.
Yeah, I'm similarly concerned with, essentially the way that comes around, but the way that they're stacking in there. I mean, it seems like it's really only going to affect the folks that are using the bank. So I don't think it'll have a huge impact on those that are trying to use other businesses in there. So, with the small amount of land that's there and how they have it oriented, I think they've done a pretty good job of trying to limit their impact on other businesses in the area. So I think if they tried to reverse this somehow, it probably wouldn't work very well. And then you'd have people competing to come in and out of the same place. So other than that, it's, glad to see more stuff going in out there. And I mean, that's kind of what it was designed for. Everything that goes in there is just going to add to the traffic, which is never good in a Costco parking lot. So unfortunately, but glad to see another business going in out there so soon.
Commissioner Lorcher.
Madam Chair, I'll agree with Commissioner Seal. It seems like our credit unions that are in our community have a good formula of how to move their customers, whether they walk indoors or through the drive-throughs. So I would agree with Commissioner Seal on that as well.
Any other comments or motions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead with the motion, if that's okay. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2021-0019 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of May 6, 2021, with no modifications.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve file number H-2021-0019 with no modifications. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay, you'd never think I would oppose a drive-through, but I don't think it's the best design, my opinion.
It does. No, it doesn't surprise me. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, did you get the nay?
Madam Chair, for the record, that was Commissioner Casanelli that voted nay, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
And I was great. So motion carries. I was on the verge of promising a 5-minute break if we could get a motion. So we'll resume in a few minutes. We'll give everybody a break to stand and stretch and do what you need to do. All right. Resume our meeting for this evening, and at this time, we would like to open the public hearing for H-2021-0017, The Vault.
Greetings,
Staff report.
greetings, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I was just mentioning to staff that if Joe has a radio voice, I've got a Gilbert Gottfried voice, so I'll do the best that I can to not annoy everybody. So this is a conditional use to allow for a drinking establishment. So the property is about 2,100 and some change square feet of land. It's zoned OT. It's located at 140 East Idaho Avenue. Adjacent properties include restaurant, drinking establishment, offices, some single family residences. The comprehensive plan recommends this for Old Town. The applicant, excuse me, the applicant recently submitted a application for a certificate of zoning compliance to expand their patio in the back. They recently submitted an application for a conditional use to allow a drinking establishment. This present business is a cigar bar. They recently began serving wine and beer as an accessory use to this. The applicant now wants to serve all types of liquors, may or may not be accessory to the cigar bar. That makes it a drinking establishment, and that only is allowed by a conditional use. Again, as I said, this is an existing historic building in the OT district. All the parking, sidewalks, and landscaping is already there. The outdoor patio that's approved and meets all the setback requirements, doesn't encroach into the right of way. Comprehensive plan recommends this area as Old Town. This designation includes the historic downtown, the True Community Center, and these kinds of uses are retail and lodging, theaters, restaurants, service retails. The existing cigar bar and the expansion is to serve alcohol. This is exactly the type of neighborhood hangout that is intended by the comprehensive plan. With that, the staff does recommend approval. It's a very simple case, and I'll take any questions or comments at this time, commissioners.
Any, I guess we're ready for the applicant.
Fantastic. I am Joshua Everts. I reside at 303 East State Avenue, Old Town, Meridian, 83642. I appreciate, first of all, staff, Alan, Bill, Keegan. They've been really great in this process. We're kind of an oddball. Thus, I guess, the nature of submitting for a conditional use permit. So we've actually, we restored the building going back in 2015. It was originally the Bank of Meridian. And after about 18 months of enjoying that as a living room for my wife and I, we decided we'd open it up to the rest of the public. We thought that it was actually the prompting of Mayor Tammy. She's like, you really should do something that everybody else gets to enjoy it. So we agreed. We launched the vault in September of 2017. Upon opening, within a month, we actually got our beer and wine license. So we've actually been serving beer and wine for 3.5 years. We didn't go through a conditional use permit at that point. In speaking with Councilor Neri at the city, we were the oddball. We didn't know quite what to do. We weren't a bar, we weren't a restaurant, we were this other thing. So what we did at that time is, with the help of the city, we became a retail tobacconist with a retail beer and wine license with an exception for on-site consumption, I believe, Bill, is how that read. But as we went through COVID, 127 closed and the gals were looking to sell their liquor license. We thought it'd be a great addition to what we had already been doing for 3.5 years. So we purchased that license and began the process of working through state, county, and now with you guys. So at that point, in our preliminary hearings and meetings and talking with Bill, talking with Mr. Neri, we decided that it would be appropriate to go through a formal CUP process and just do that and not be this oddball thing anymore in downtown. So conducted all the appropriate hearings and submitted for this conditional use permit tonight. So I want to speak just quickly to our intent. Lori and I take very serious this idea of stewardship for downtown Meridian. So we live on 3rd and State. 100%, other than some small crypto holdings, 100% of our investment is in Old Town Meridian. So as we've done things like the Heritage Building, the Vault, the Old Town Lofts, we believe in being a good steward for downtown Meridian and making sure that we're doing our best to maintain safety, create economic development and vitality, and also preserve our history. And certainly the Vault's been a great story there. So our intent is to curate a menu of cocktails and drinks that match what we do with cigars. We do not maintain late hours. I'm really glad that we led with a cigar lounge and with a beer and wine license for 3.5 years, because that established a track record of us being really good stewards of how we handled alcohol to date. So we are not in what I would call the category of a drinking establishment. It's something that adds color and adds an additional thing that people can experience. But we really are a premium cigar lounge first and foremost. Even from a revenue standpoint, our revenues for tobacco is 90+% of what we do. And the beverages that we offer currently in beer, wine, soda, and coffee is a small part of what we do as a business. We're not intending to change that. We really do feel that this is just going to be something that's an additional add-on. We've been working through the cocktail menu with the bar master at Sushi Shack right now. She even asked me, she's like, it seems like some of your cocktail prices are high. And I said, that's fantastic. I said, because I don't want people to be, this is not a $7 rum and Coke establishment. So I want people to pay a premium because I want to give them a premium experience. I also want to create some cost prohibitors to people enjoying or wanting to enjoy more, even though I will tell you as a staff, this is the one thing that we beat into our staff is our tips training. I will not put drunk people out anywhere in the public. It's something we take serious with the Hop House and with Sushi Shack. That's just not something, we tolerate, but we want to make sure that we're creating environments that are also conducive to reinforcing the things that we believe, because Lori and I aren't always there. So that's a little bit of our heart and what we're looking to do in this. So with that, if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair?
Pass.
Oh, hold on. Commissioner Casanelli started. Sorry, I didn't
Sorry.
acknowledge.
Josh, what's the capacity of the
49.
49?
Yes.
Not 494.
Yeah, 499, but I can come down to 400 if you want me to. Is it too soon? I feel like it's too soon, but I don't know.
Not at all.
Oasis, sorry. Yeah, but I can come down to 400. Yeah, certainly. No, 49. 49. What I will tell you is we have 32 chairs in there. And we typically, on a very, very, very busy event, we'll get to, all 32 chairs, and we have 8 folding chairs. So we'll get to 40, but the building just, it just gets uncomfortable once you get past 40. So we just don't have a issue ever exceeding that really. And we're intending, I think we bought 16 chairs for the outdoor patio. And there's about an additional, I think 700 square feet that we have, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, that's on the patio, but yeah, that we're not looking to cram people in. You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Lorcher.
Mr. Everett, thank you very much for preserving Old Town and taking care of the buildings that we already have. We enjoy the Heritage Building quite a bit. I have not been into the vault, mostly because I'm not a cigar smoker. I'd always assumed that you had a liquor license, but sounds like you've had beer and wine, and it adds some wonderful color to our downtown area. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Lorcher, you're welcome.
Any other comments or questions for the applicant or staff?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Wheeler.
just a quick question here. So it's 600 square foot on that addition, right?
Correct. If that's what it's, yes.
Okay. And then how often is that drive aisle, that alley used back there at all, like for vehicles and stuff like that and stuff?
Yeah, great question. I don't spend a lot of time looking at that on that back driveway. I know that it gets during lunchtime. There's quite a few people that are using that primarily to exit. It's tough to get out onto Pine if you're in that little parking lot and you went to 830 Common for lunch. Like, you're pretty close to the Main and Pine intersection, and it gets a little backed up there. So unless you're taking a ride out on Pine, most of the people will bomb out on that alley. But it's, you've got a home, a business. I've never run into real traffic coming out of there. and certainly most of Idaho Avenue, it's not very activated at night, you know, other than there's been an uptick at Polly's just with varsity closing. So there's been a little bit more activity in the evening there. But it's fairly quiet on that alley come closing time at 5, when all the professional businesses that are in like the Idaho building and stuff like that leave.
That's all. I just wanted to know what that traffic was there, because you'll have a patio there with patrons, and I know you want to
Correct.
keep them alive.
Yeah, I love
So-
keeping my patrons alive. Very
So
important.
very
It's
good.
good revenue model, good business practices.
With, do we have anybody
Madam,
signed up for public testimony on this one?
sorry, Madam Chair, we have one person signed in-house, and that's Tommy Elledge.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name's Tommy Elledge, Elledge. Address is 2350 Echo Avenue in Parma, 83660. I am in Payette County. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, staff, you're right. He is a character. Anyway, down to business. I'm a new citizen of the state of Idaho. One thing that I found quickly when I first got here was the vault. I am a cigar smoker. I didn't even start smoking cigars until 2019. Working for the railroad for over 47 years, never touched a cigarette, never touched a cigar, but a friend of mine treated me to one on the day that I retired from the railroad, and I've enjoyed them ever since. One thing that I do enjoy is friends enjoying themselves. I cannot drink. I am allergic to alcohol. I go into respiratory arrest. I'm always a designated driver. But I have people from California that are planning on coming out here to Idaho on a weekend just for the pleasure of coming out to the vault to have a drink and enjoy a good cigar. I spend 40 minutes, maybe twice a week, to come down and enjoy Meridian. Usually I'll stop someplace and get lunch. I definitely spend my tax money at the vault, but I encourage you to vote yes on this proposal. I think it will be a great addition, not only to your community, but to the cigar community at large that I am a member of. Thank you for hearing me, and I appreciate your time. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
If that's our only public testimony, does the applicant have any additional comments? Thanks. Thank you. I guess since everybody's adding their comments, I'll add a comment of thank you for keeping my husband and son occupied during my daughter-in-law's recent baby shower. With that, could I get a motion to close the public hearing on H-2021-0017?
So moved.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing, H-2021-0017. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Nope. Motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner
Full
Casanova.
support. I think it's a great spot, great thing. I love the, as he used it, the word stewardship of Old Town, downtown, and that's exactly what we need. It will just, there's no, I don't see a single negative. I'm full support.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
Same sentiments, almost exactly. So I like the other stuff that comes in. I like the eclectic things. I like the rare items. So I'm glad to see that this business is not only successful, but expanding and, venturing into other areas. So it's great to see that there's a economic focus and drive for downtown, and it's starting to thrive again.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Grove.
I'll be super fast. Josh, this will not take you out of the oddball status, as you put it. I'm sorry to break it to you. The only downside with this is I want to make sure that there's still something that I can afford when I go in there. So keep something cheap.
Water.
Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
I'll just go for it on this one. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2021-0017 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of May 6, 2021, with no modifications.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve file number H-2021-0017 with no modifications. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a rare thing.
Will there be samples afterwards? Next on the agenda is H-2021-0018 Jump Creek North Fourplex, and we will begin with the staff report.
It was nice to have one of those feel good ones in the middle of a hearing. Yeah, Commissioner Alan T. Fenbach, planner of the city of Meridian. This is a conditional use to allow 7 fourplex buildings at 28 units total on about 2.2 acres in the R15 zone district. The site, as I said, it's about 2.2 acres of land. It's zoned R15. It's located on the west side of North Flat Cat Road, midway between McMillan and West Chindren Boulevard. The subject property was annexed and zoned in 2014 as part of the larger Jump Creek subdivision. The approved preliminary plat, final plat, and the development agreement specifically identified this particular property for a multifamily development. In fact, it was actually 7 fourplexes of 28 units. The required landscaping and the infrastructure has already been installed. There's been a traffic study that was done with the preliminary plat. All the road improvements have already been put in. What you'll see on that lot right now is all the infrastructure, the sidewalks are there now. There's just basically dirt in the middle where the parking lot is going to be poured. And you can see the building pads where the buildings are going to go in. Again, that was all already designed with the annexation and the preliminary plat. However, because it's a multifamily requirement for our code, you actually have to do a conditional use as another part of the process. So that's what this is about. There's some specific use standards that are required for multifamily projects. Let me go through that. So this is, if you look on the left, this is what the concept plan for the annexation allowed. If you look on the right, this is what's being proposed. It's almost exactly the same, except that hopefully you can see, if you can see my pointer, these buildings here have just been turned on their axis. So they're now facing each other. Other than that, it's pretty much exactly the same. There's specific use standards for multifamily units, 80 square feet of private common open space per unit, 250 square foot of common open space. So there's the private open space like a patio or a porch or a deck, and then there's a common open space, which would be the landscaped outdoor open space. There's 2 amenities that are required with this project. There's requirements for a management office, a central mailbox, and maintenance storage for any development that's more than 20 units. Looking at the floor plans for this project, it looks like they may not be at that 80 square feet. They're more at about 70 square feet. That's one of the recommendations. At the time of certificate of zoning compliance, they would need to submit that they are actually meeting that 80 square foot. Again, I'm not positive that they're not. The other thing is that the applicant hasn't provided any information regarding the management office and the maintenance storage, other than it would be built later with the other 44 units of multifamily that's going to be part of the Jump Creek 7. So that's the next project, the next multifamily project. That'll again come in front of you for conditional use. The Planning Commission, we think that they need to determine whether it's acceptable that the management office and the maintenance storage area be allowed to be built at a later phase, or whether they would prefer that one of the units of this existing, the 28 units that are now being proposed, if one of those units should be temporarily used as the maintenance area and the office until the next one builds out. We're not sure when the next one is, or if or how long it could take. There's 2 amenities that are required with this development. All of the amenities in the Jump Creek subdivision, there are 7 of them, were already approved, and most of them have been built. However, when we looked at the development agreement and the annexation, it doesn't really say whether the amenities approved with the whole Jump Creek development included this multifamily project, or whether the amenities should be required with this project. We've asked if they were able to give us some kind of legal agreement that can show that the amenities would be shared. That said, there's enough open space there that staff thinks you could easily meet the amenity requirements on site, whether it's a shelter or enclosed bike storage or a community garden. I think it's easy enough to go above and beyond and provide amenities that all the residents of this particular project can have. Let's see. So the code requires 2 parking spaces per 2-bedroom units. They have shown all that, and there's also a requirement for at least one of those to be in a covered carport garage. They are meeting all of their minimum requirements. However, the elevations that were submitted don't really show much about the carports. So that's going to be something that we're going to ask for at the time of the certificate of zoning compliance. So to summarize all this, staff's recommendations, first of all, is that we think that the site plan and the landscape plan submitted with the CZC should be revised to show a management office, a maintenance storage area, and a directory map. And here is the landscape plan. And I can come back to that. These are elevations of what's being built. So let me talk again about the recommendations. So we believe that the landscape plan should be revised to show a management office, a maintenance storage area, and a directory map as is required. If the maintenance office and the storage area is not part of this development, then the applicant would need to convert one of the units in the second phase. So that would be Jump Creek phase 7 to convert that into the maintenance or office storage. However, the staff thinks the planning commission should determine whether or not that's acceptable, given that phase 7 has not been approved for conditional use yet, or whether there should be a temporary arrangement for that maintenance and that office to be within this current project. At the time of the certificate of zoning compliance, we also believe they need to submit a common open space exhibit that was not proposed. We believe that they are probably in excess of it, but we still need to have that as part of the certificate of zoning compliance. And then also, staff believes that there should be 2 on-site amenities provided. We don't think it was clear with the original approval. Again, that would come down to whether the planning commission actually thinks that is necessary or not. And with that, staff would entertain any questions or comments.
Would the applicant like to come forward?
Alan, do you have some kind of overall that
Name
you
and
can?
address for the record.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to do better talking.
Is this your
into
first time?
Does that
close, something
there, I
like
mean,
that.
that sort of shows the buildings and the parking and all the landscaping.
Yeah, but the site, if you could show that, that would help, the overall site.
When you say the overall site,
Jump Creek itself.
the entire subdivision,
Yeah.
the whole, you're talking about, you want to see the entire plat?
Yes, please.
Let me search while you present and I'll see. If I
Okay.
can find it.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, Meridian, Idaho.
Thank you.
And if I was in Caldwell, I'd say I'd been sworn in or sworn at. So when this development was originally done in 2014, the comp plan wanted some higher density. So the plan that was approved and the development agreement was upon it had these apartments that are located here in the north. And then in the very northwest corner of McMillan and Black Cat is the other portion of the apartments. So that's our future phase 7. I'm waiting for a drawing. The architect that was doing that, being fairly young, just recently passed away. And so we're trying to find someone in their office to wrap those drawings up and get that submitted and have a conditional use. I was hoping to do both of them. I had the neighborhood meeting for this on both of them at the same time. So between the 28 units that are here and the 44 units that is located to the south, within the same Jump Creek development, we want to have one management office that and maintenance storage. It's for the entire Jump Creek multifamily development. All of the amenities that are in the single family portion, the multifamily residents are allowed to use. So the other part of the reason that the overall would really help is right across the street, that entrance street that is on our west side on that site plan. That is the beginning of a 4 or 5 acre park with a tot lot area, covered picnic area that's already built and in place there. Big, huge ball field that is adjacent. Yes, one of those would show it. So as you're looking,
I'm looking to see if I have the colored elevation here. I'm just looking at the original staff report. This might be as good as we're going to get on the fly, Kent.
so when we were looking at it, we thought that we had all the amenities and that the staff report said that this met the number of units, because the number of units were called out in that original one. So in that upper right-hand corner, if he's not going to move it, Alan, don't move it. That's where the 28 units is located. Right across the street from that, you can see the common area that's there, and then that park space. In the middle of that park space is a tot lot and a covered picnic area that also then links to everything going down to the south with a walkway. There's a regional pathway that is on our boundary between us and Black Cat. It's a 10-foot path that is a part of your regional facility going there. We can put 2 on-site amenities that, the ones that Alan called out, covered bike parking and some raised beds. There is plenty of grass and open space within the development. He said that as the commissioners, you like those more attached. We're not opposed to that. We can do that. We can add more. But specifically, I think for the most part, when this plan was done in 2014, this concept of mixing the rentals and the single family ownership ones kind of was a new concept. I think we're seeing more and more of that today. I would say the builder kind of had to think about that, or else we would have probably built it sooner. This portion right here, the phase 4 that we're looking at, has already been platted. And that's why those improvements are in and installed, and there's individual lots for each one of the 4 fourplexes that is in this phase. It's already fenced with a fence around it. It's actually a pretty good location because that spine road that is gondola that's along our southerly boundary connects into the Oaks property that is to the west of us and continues. And then on the other side, it goes over to, on the other side of Black Cat, there's in the Bridge Tower development, there's the Pleasant Valley Elementary School that's on the other side of Black Cat Road, fairly close to this location also. So overall, this is a good location for that and links well for these people. Especially in the environment that we are in today, that we have people that are renting and hoping to get into a house. This puts them in neighborhoods where they can see other houses that might come up, and they're a part of that neighborhood. And it kind of goes back to when years ago we designed Tuscany, and we put really small cottage type lots in there, and yet we had big estate type houses. Estate being 1,400 square, feet, and not these half acres or anything, but you have a mixture. And as people progress in their lives, they move back and forth in and out of that. This design kind of does that same thing. We want to have one facility. The problem with having a designated maintenance area for 28 units is that it's really costly to have that happen. I would say that as you guys approve a lot of these, I started talking to some kids that are going to ICOM and said, you're supposed to have a maintenance facility and an office, and they don't have one. And we know that we're going to have one, but we just want to have one instead of one in the north and one in the south, which makes it really difficult for you to man that with employees or have that really as an office. I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Are you open to, I think the question with the management office is that if that other phase,
We could
is it 7
temporarily
doesn't
do-
get built out, then, if we put some wording in there that, if that doesn't get built out, then you are required to have.
Yes,
that in there.
we would do that. And I thought that that's the way that Alan had written the condition is we either provide it in phase 7 or we provide a temporary one being one of the units, which is generally what in most of the apartments that I've done is that you go, okay, building A, apartment 101 is the office for that time period. And we could do that as a temporary basis. We're okay with that.
And then, I guess the other question I had is, are you open to putting a couple of amenities in there? Because I do think, even though they are right across the street from that other beautiful park area, they are rentals, so they don't necessarily have, the backyard to have their own plant. I like the idea of the planter bed. Something that those people don't have access to that the permanent homes do. So
I
a shade
think-
area and a planter bed or something like that.
I think that the planter bed, at least as I'm talking to these ICOM students that are college students, and they're busy, really busy. It seems like they got finals every other week, and they're trying to get through there. But having a garden would be a great thing, and I think that that's a really good amenity in apartments personally. And yeah, we're not opposed to putting 2 amenities in there. Yes, we have a grassy space that's fairly large in the overall site in the north west side of that, the unit space, that street, and the backs of them. There's a fairly large lawn in there. We could do that. But 3 units back up too. Thank you. Sorry about that again. I hate watching myself when I go back and, yeah, terrible.
We all do.
Any other questions?
Yeah, any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair?
Oh, in stereo. Commissioner Casanelli.
Kent, is that the parking there between buildings 6 and 8, there's no plan to extend that in the future to
No.
whatever's going to develop to the north? in that-
To the north is already been approved. There's that's the other part that I didn't talk about, is that we have this spine road that is along our southerly boundary. Along our northerly boundary is another spine road that goes in to either Toll Brothers or Coleman to the north. So yeah, there's no place to go there, and it's already been platted. So, and they didn't ask for a cross access, so it's not connecting.
Okay, thank you. And then I did another question if I could. Joe, Alan, so do you have something you can show us on what is platted to the north? I'm just curious how those are going to kind of fit together and look.
When you say to the north, are you saying the subdivision that's platted out to the north?
Yes.
Can't just mention that there's a spine road there. Do you have a?
I bet Bill could find it.
Bill, are you able to get that up? I can't get to that from this computer.
I'm happy to look that up, Ellen. That actually platted as Oakmore subdivision back in 18, I believe. Coleman came back through and re-subdivided that.
You might be able to get the GIS with the preliminary lines up quicker than I can get it.
Well, they should be able, I can pull up the plat or send it to you, Ellen, not a problem. But the intent was I actually had Kent, well, not Kent per se, but the CBH and Toll Brothers work together on realigning that road a little bit better, so it did match up consistently with what they were doing on their south and what was happening on their property. So it actually replatted as single-family lots.
If you can send it to me on the chat, I can just put it up in real time. You want to send it
I'll
to me?
see if I can dig that up here while if Commissioner Casanelli give us a few minutes to dig that information up and show you what that looks like.
It'll be quicker if you can do it on the chat.
That'd be great. I'm curious how, that it's already been resolved, basically. There's not going to be we're not going to have puzzle pieces that aren't going to fit a year from now.
That was the whole intent of them working together to make sure that it did align and work better for both groups.
Okay.
So give me a few seconds and I'll pull that up.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Out.
But our intent is to come back immediately with the conditional use for 44 units in the southwest or southeast portion of the overall Jump Creek. And they're specifically designing an office for this and hopefully others. I talked to him about that and I said, Meridian has this code requirement with this office, and I know that becomes cumbersome to have an employee just for these individual developments, but we're doing a lot of these developments where we only have maybe 40 units or less in them, and we need to come up with maybe something creative. Maybe you put some kind of kiosk that's in there that we can get approved as an alternative to putting a physical office where someone can go to. Because these medical students have become really personal friends, and we kind of babysit their kids since we don't have any kids around anymore. And they don't have any place where they can go and complain to someone, and having something that they could go to, kind of like they do they've gone to with the multi or the storage facilities, something like that is technology, taking the place of a physical office. I think that that they could do something like that. But right now they're designing a building that they can add an office to, and it's not going to be a unit. It's going to be an office, is what they've told me.
Sure.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Excuse me. That will exist in that southern portion?
Yes.
Okay.
So us doing a temporary would be very appropriate if you're concerned about that, because I know that they want to move forward with construction on this one. All we would have to do is get before you with a conditional use and we could move forward with the one in the south. We don't need to plat it. So I could be here with that one, but it's going to be behind anything that happens to the one in the north.
If everybody stops moving to Boise and that other one doesn't get built out, then you would be required to have one there.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So Commissioner Casanelli, can you see the graphic up now?
Okay, that's in that last, that 5 acre, 6 acres, whatever that is.
That is correct. So if you see my cursor here along the south boundary, that's where the multifamily or this fourplex project butts up to Toll Brothers property. So it's actually,
And they worked on this together.
We had to kind of align our stub streets with each other. And then I also did the development to the north of that, which was West Bridge, and it stubs in to that one too on the other side. So all the puzzling, as you talked about, has been taken care of.
Already been figured out.
We were the first ones in and kind of was going way out there, what was considered way out there in 2014 and end of the recession. And it's not way out there anymore.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Seal.
Just on the, as I was looking at just the independent side, one of the buildings is pretty close to that, to the one house, basically, that kind of touches it, disregarding the ones to the north now. But is the property going to be fenced as it abuts?
It's already fenced.
It is already fenced? Okay. Wasn't sure of that. And then I had, I mean, previously you've been really good at working with the HOAs in areas and getting agreements and everything. Are there actual agreements in the HOAs to allow for people to come in and use those amenities?
Yes, there are. And I can provide that. Alan asked me that I get that, and I got that.
Great.
Actually, I saw that the attorney had made a mistake, and so we've modified that and just need to get it signed and recorded. So, but we did make the changing for that wording, and my discussion with them was what we've always represented from the very beginning is that all of these amenities is for the entire development, and you can't cut these people out of this overall project. They're a part of the pressure irrigation system and everything else. So it needs to be a part, and so they've made that change.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? I'm going to take a wild guess that we don't have anybody to testify on this, since I don't see anybody left in the
There's one.
chat and nobody in the room. Is there-
Madam Chair, we did have several people sign in. There was one person who was here that indicated a wish to testify, but it doesn't look like they're here anymore. There is Monica online.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have chats down there.
No problem. Monica, hang on just a moment.
Monica, you need to unmute, and please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Monica Gonsalves, and I live at 5409 North Willowside Avenue, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. I'm actually resident here in the subdivision in Jump Creek. So I just wanted to, looking at the conceptual site plan that was approved with the development, the fencing was completely up across Black Cats. The fencing that they have up currently leaves an opening to Black Cats. And multiple mornings when I'm driving out of our subdivision, there are children that are standing and trying to cross the street to go to the new elementary school. And it's a very big safety hazard seeing these little kiddos running across the street, traffic coming to a halt to let these kids go across the street to Pleasant View Elementary. My biggest concern, having school-age children myself, is the parking that we're going to be seeing on Black Cat, further obstructing any type of view of children standing on the corner trying to get across the street to school in the morning. And there's really no safety features in place currently to help these kids get across the street. There's no crosswalks, there's no lights, there's nothing in place. And it's really the traffic impact and the parking, that's just a huge cause for concern for our family. And I know for our community that there's several children in this community. I see them playing in parks all the time, or community spaces. So very big cause for concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else?
Madam Chair, that's all I see online and in-house. Madam Chair, sorry, Ken. Janice just raised her hand online.
Okay.
Janice, one moment, please.
Good. Janice, you need to unmute and please state your name and address for the record.
Hi there, my name is Janice Borchard, 5277 North Maplestone in Jump Creek, 83646. We have a huge concern with traffic densities in the area. That one's a huge one because we are traversing and seeing all the traffic as people are cutting down Black Cat from Chinden versus going to 10 Mile. And we're, and then cutting over on McMillan or down on Ustick. And again, also, we see the kids cutting across and there are no crosswalks at this point. So that really, really needs to be addressed. And then another concern that we have is there are the densities down on both corners of McMillan and Black Cat. Huge densities of apartments, multifamily. And Joe Dodson let us know, I spoke to him a while back, that McMillan is never going to be more than like 2 lanes and then the suicide lane because of the high voltage and the irrigation. So we are going to, and then we have Prescott Ridge as a subdivision further to the west of us, surrounding St. Luke's. There's going to be so much traffic density into this small little area. It's unbelievable, what's going to be impacting this immediate area. And that's one thing. And then for this particular little group, these rental units, are they going to pay HOA dues? Are they going to abide by the same HOA rules? There's a lot of reasons why people buy in communities like we did, where there are HOA rules. So are these folks going to abide by the same kind of rules? So that's a very huge question also when it comes to rental units in these these single family home areas. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I appreciate your input.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to testify? Okay, seeing none, would the applicant like to reply?
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, Meridian, Idaho. This is on ACHD's capital improvement list. They've been buying right away along 10 Mile to widen it and to take care of that traffic concern. They required us to sell that entire length of public right of way and so that they can improve it and make it larger. The first lady, was it Monica, had talked about these residents parking on Black Cat. That would be like me trying to park on Eagle Road next to my house. it wouldn't last very long, and you're not allowed to do that. Currently, there's kind of a shoulder there, but that's all intended to go away, and it's a part of ACHD's current property. These residents in this development are a part of the HOA for Jump Creek. They are paying dues. That's a part of what they're doing, and that's why we had to make that amendment for them to be able to use those facilities. But they're a part of the HOA. They have landscaping that's around the outside that the overall HOA takes care of, and the multifamily portion is paying their percentage of that. The part that is different is that private or parking lot area, those residents take care of that part. And if you were to require us to have 2 amenities within that, we wouldn't require the rest of the HOA to pay for those facilities, like a raised bed, for example, if there was some maintenance or something that needed to take place with that. Any other questions or?
Commissioner Casanelli.
Kent, do you know, is there a plan for a hawk signal in there?
Not that I've heard of, but I think that that's one of the things that the residents are still on. And I would encourage you as commissioners to remind people that they're paying taxes just like I'm paying taxes. And if you see an issue like that, ACHD is more than willing. I mean, that school opened up this year, so it's a new thing.
Is there school zone lighting, speed control there on Black Cat?
Not on Black Cat, because they're off like one row of houses or so. They're at least 300-400 feet down Gondola to the east of it.
Okay.
But
because I know that's even, Meridian Road has a school zone, even though Meridian Elementary is off
that's
a block. So it's certainly something that
they could look at doing. And
the
what
citizens
they
there
need to
should
do
be
is,
petitioned.
I used to tell them to talk to Terry Little that was over traffic. I don't know if Terry's old like me, so whether he's still there or not, but they need to talk to the traffic division at ACHD.
Madam Chair, if I could add a plug for the Meridian Transportation Commission. Contact Miranda Carson, I believe is his last name, and have the residents express their concerns and have that addressed by the commission to make a recommendation to ACHD.
Good idea.
We're with you. Thank you.
Concerns all appreciated and very legitimate. It's just, we have nothing to say about it, so, yeah. Any other questions? Comments for staff for the applicant? And if not, I would please entertain a motion to close the public hearing on H-2021-0018.
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on H-2021-0018. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I think, it was something that was already planned for. I don't see any issues other than the ones we've already addressed with the management office and having those 2 amenities. I think we need to address those in a motion or clearly stated in a staff report. I'm not sure.
The 2 side amenities shall be provided as was part of the staff report in there. The other was more of a question on the management office. It sounds like he's in agreement to add something in there temporarily, and it'll probably be temporary in name only, because it sounds like the other is going to provide occupancy about the same time. So that's what it sounds like to me, unless Alex wants to say otherwise.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Casanelli.
when we get there, do we need to have to say anything that Kent talked about utilizing technology for that, but do we need to make it clear that it will be a staffed office? If that's, because I think that's what's required. Is that not correct, Bill?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's not necessarily stated that way in the code. It just says provide one. I know some of the other developments, there is a apartment complex, 48-unit apartment complex in Gramercy where they actually built 150 square foot office building, and it's basically electronics. Someone comes in and lets leases from there, and that's about it. Once it gets rented up, no one's there full time. They just use it as a leasing office as they add tenants to the complex. So it's
Reverend Trumbull hearing you.
Closer to your mic.
so I'm there's nothing that says it has to be staffed in the code. It just said provide one. So that's up to you guys if you want to require that or not in the conditional use. A lot of times you'll have tenants that live right, they're taking care of the apartments as they rent one of the apartments or live in one of the units. That's pretty common these days too. Again, for staff, it's really going to come down to the CC&Rs and how this multifamily development plays with the rest of the single family. It really needs to be integrated as one development. The staff report from 2014 didn't state it that way. And I worked on the project, so I remember doing that. I think at the time we were very supportive of that integration happening because of the fact that we didn't see that in many developments in the city of Meridian. So it was something new. At the time that we were coming out of that recession, we were seeing a need for more than just single family homes, and we had a deficit in multifamily. And so I worked with this developer to specifically incorporate some of that into this development at the corner. So again, that's why we got more open space to support what they're trying to do here. But again, the code requires those office buildings and maintenance buildings as part of the development. And that's something that I think I like the approach of it being interim on the one site until such time as they have something more permanent on the southern portion of the site. All contingent on what Mr. Brown testified to as long as it's all unified and part of the CC&Rs of this development of Jump Creek. To me, that's a critical point because we want that enforcement to be handled under one umbrella, not multiple entities out there not following the same rules.
Madam Chair, can I follow-up question on that? So right now, Bill, are all the conditions for the temporary management office and maintenance room and the shared amenities with the rest of the development are already in your conditions? Is that correct?
That is correct. We already mentioned that. The question was whether the planning commission was okay with having the interim there or whether they wanted it to be permanent.
Okay, so a motion approved with your conditions includes that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comments or motions?
I'm double checking the conditions for you right now, Commissioner, to read them for you verbatim, if you'd like. Here's what it says. It says, the site plan and landscape plan submitted with the certificate of zoning compliance shall be revised to depict the management plan, maintenance storage area, and directory map. That's one. And then there's A, if a management office and storage area is not part of this development, the applicant shall convert one of the units in the second phase of the multifamily development currently being platted with Jump Creek for such use. So the comment that we had to the planning commission is whether they wanted to make it clear that there would be an interim one temporarily there until phase 7 was built. That part's not stated. Does that make sense? The way it reads right now, it says a permanent one. It doesn't say temporary until the phase 7 is built.
Gotcha.
So you would add the interim language to your motion if you wanted to do that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lorcher.
So is phase 7 the multi-unit portion of it?
Yes,
Or-
ma'am. So this is the first multifamily, and then the second portion is phase 7.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I believe
If
so.
you're ready.
Motions are always in order.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Mr. Casanelli.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move for approval, file number H-2021-0018 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of May 6, 2021. With the following modifications, we amend the language on the management office and maintenance building to allow for to change it to an interim office and maintenance until such time that phase 7 is built out and one is permanently installed in phase 7, and then that unit can be then converted and rented out. That they add in an amenity such as a planter bed. Are we just doing one?
It's in there that they require two.
Two, okay. That there's the 2 amenities, and if that's required. And just confirmation that that the HOA is a part of the main development and all the amenities and those are shared.
Sir, did you want to mention about staffing or not? I wasn't sure that was discussed.
No, we'll just go with what the standard
Okay.
Second.
language is.
It has been moved and seconded to approve H-2021-0018. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
With
Aye.
conditions,
Aye.
sorry. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. On to our final item, ZOA-2021-0002, UDC text amendment. And Bill, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I appreciate you recognizing that the project name had changed. So that's one of the improvements we've made with all of our updates to our Acela system. So thank you for that, Madam Chair. If you recall, I was here before you guys about a month ago with a UDC text amendment, which was expedited at the request of council and city and the mayor. And at this time, I informed you at that hearing that I was going to be coming forward with a larger code amendment, and it would include multiple sections of the code. So in tonight's presentation, I don't think I'm going to go line by line through every code change. I don't think we have the bandwidth or the time to do that this evening, but I do want to highlight some of the major changes for all of you, because although there's updates throughout the code, the primary theme of this update before you tonight is really changes to our open space. Not only so it'd be our open space and site amenities, also our multifamily standards, and this also includes our landscape improvements or landscape standards as well in the code. So this is, some of this is a significant overhaul, and a lot of it has come about over the years. I've been trying to come up with a solution to improve our open space and amenities over the last 5 years. That's a lot of some of the concern, or at least a lot of the feedback that we received as part of our comprehensive plan update back a year and a half or so ago. People wanted better amenities. They wanted a sense of identity, a sense of place, community identity, I guess is the better word, and then coming up with better or more quality open space. And that's what we hope we've achieved here with some of these changes tonight. I know Commissioner Seal was part of that UDC Open Space Committee. Again, thank you for your service on that. It was very instrumental in getting us to this. And I also want to introduce Lacey Oy with you. She's from Code Enforcement. She's going to be here to answer any questions you may have regarding the first part of the presentation. So if you had a chance to read the staff report, you noticed that I broke up all of the code changes into 5 separate exhibits. And I did that purposefully so that if we have any changes as we go through the public hearing process, it's going to be easier for me to modify those documents rather than cut and paste out of the staff report, insert new documents. Things could get lost in translation if that was to occur. So the first exhibit that I'm going to share with you tonight really has to do with what Lacey does in her business. She's tasked in the UDC to enforce our city code, and not only the UDC, but all of the city codes. And so give me a second here. I'll go ahead and share those screens. And the reason why this came about, and let me know if I guess it didn't open up here. And the reason why these code changes came about so quickly, typically, as you know, when we go through these code changes, we vet those through the UDC focus group or a larger group to get feedback. And this is one where it recently came to my attention from not only Lacey's team, but also City Attorney's Office, where they had a series of court cases that came up. They went to go prosecute, and for some reason or other, the judge felt we didn't adequately address that in our code. And so her and legal quickly came up with some of these code changes. Again, I won't go through all of these, but most of it doesn't really impact development per se. Again, it's just giving them better tools to enforce our code. So hopefully all of you have had a chance to look at this. If there's any particular questions on this exhibit, I want to try to keep this presentation informal this evening. I think there's not a lot of people online or even in the audience tonight. So I think in my experience with all of you, an open discussion on these changes has always been kind of the approach that we have taken. So don't feel like you can't interject or ask questions as I'm moving through these things very quickly. But I do want to be sensitive, and I do want to spend adequate time and make sure that you guys understand what we're trying to do with all of these changes. So any questions of either staff or even Lacey this evening on some of these procedural changes to the UDC, particularly the definitions or where people can park their RVs on their property? That's a hot button these days, if you didn't know.
Madam Chair? Just a quick question. Yes, exactly. That's exactly where I was going, was with the boats and the RVs there. So is this to state that that is in violation to be able to park, if somebody parks a boat or RVs or UTVs out on the side of the street?
I'll go ahead and defer to Lacey. She's the one that deals with it more than we do. We just tell people the code and how they can come into compliance. But
okay,
it's really her group that has to try to work with the residents to get them to come into compliance. So she can give you all the stories you want on that.
I'm new here, but I like informal. So if that's okay, I'm definitely free to answer.
Very good.
So currently, you cannot park any recreational type vehicles. So trailers, boats, campers, anything on your driveway or anywhere in the front of your property. It has to be on the side yard behind a screen fence or in your rear yard.
Madam Chair, the revision is doing what?
So the revision would be to allow them to have one of any of the described types of vehicles in their required street yard. So they could have one boat or on their side yard. So it would allow for one of the recreational type vehicles to be either on their driveway or on their side yard.
But not in
With-
front of their house, in front of the street. Is that correct?
It can already be on the street, on the roadway, they're allowed. And that's what happens, is that we'll go and tell people they can't have them in their driveway. So then they all move them onto the roadway because they can do that for 3 days.
Yes,
What we
that's
would
the
prefer
workaround.
is them to be off the roadway and actually allowed to have them on the driveway, because when they're cleaning them up, taking them out, packing them up, they don't have a place to be able to do that they're allowed. And so active HOAs will do drive-throughs and give us reports of every address, starting Memorial Day through Labor Day. We'll get calls for them throughout the entire season, every time someone brings them back into their home.
That seems sensible.
Madam Chair. Being a trailer owner myself, and I have one on the side of my house, how do you prevent people from living in them when they're out there? I mean, that's,
So-
that would be my concern. And I totally understand why people want to do this, but I just want to make sure we're not.
So the code won't actually change that. There's a separate code that addresses living quarters. So using them as sleeping quarters would be, still be addressed. Things that would still be addressed are also if they're on an unapproved surface, if they're not registered, if they don't have current license plates. So a lot of these are just really the ones of just average use. When it comes to any of the additional violations that come with them, those ones would still be enforceable based on the way that the rewrite allows. So there's still a section that says inoperative vehicles. So if it's not, if they're piecing it out, even if it's in the front, that would also be restricted. The living in a camper, whether it's on the front of their driveway or on the side of their house, is usually a patrol function. So we send those complaints over for police to make contact with. If it's behind the property, we'll send them a notice and just hope that they stop. But we utilize the neighbor, whoever the calling party is, to be a witness to that. So if it's continuing to occur, then the violation can continue to occur and it'll get sent to court for that violation.
Okay.
I think I see in here, the neighborhoods can choose to enforce it privately in their CCNRs. So this just takes the burden off the city. And if you still want an HOA to live in a place where it's not allowed, then this, but then they've got to enforce it themselves, not the Right. city. So the contention that we usually see comes from older neighborhoods that don't have CCNRs. So if you look at newer neighborhoods that have CCNRs, a lot of them restrict the RVs on their driveways anyway. Or sometimes it gives them a time frame, 48 hours or 72 hours that they can keep them. And if they were to govern those rules, they're usually reasonable. But we're oftentimes utilized by their drive-throughs and they'll give us a list. So the way I see it, citizens are paying for their HOA dues to a property management company to call us that they're paying taxes to also serve them. So it would force that burden back to them to enforce the regulations that they put in place. Our older neighborhoods, this UDC change was put into effect in 2005. And a lot of the older neighborhoods had plats made with permits issued through the city allowing electrical hookups to charge their RVs on pads that don't meet parking standard requirements. So just today, one of my officers got in a confrontation and it was one person working on a motorhome in the driveway. She got called because of it parking on the sidewalk. So she goes up to go issue a warning or citation for the sidewalk. There's someone there. She makes that contact. Then homeowners come out. So now she's in the middle of a driveway. She's got a male and female homeowners come out and all three of them start in on her. So it makes for a really dangerous situation for something that's not really necessary, where if we could just go and put that citation for blocking the sidewalk, they don't fit it in their driveway if it's not on the sidewalk. So we can cite them for that, get it onto the roadway and have it properly marked. But the confrontation and the threats that we receive based on the way that we're constantly having to contact people on private property for this puts us in huge danger. So when we can address the other issues or call patrol for assistance, that's a lot better for our code officers that are unarmed.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Steele?
Having served on the HOA, and I mean, the only concern I have about this is because the HOAs were, I mean, a lot of them are so poorly written, the only enforcement that they really have is to call code enforcement. I mean, because generally speaking, everything is less restrictive or as restrictive as city code, just trying to put more teeth into it. So my only concern is that if anything's rolled back to where code enforcement isn't an avenue, then essentially people just, they don't care. And we have a couple people in our subdivision that literally don't care. They just, and it's difficult because, you know, of course, our HOA board is made up of retirees and they're not going to be confrontational at all. So I want to make sure that we're still leaving that avenue open the code enforcement can definitely get involved. And if it escalates from there, obviously law enforcement.
So to address that one, I've been doing this for 11 years. And I can tell you 2 addresses that for 11 years I've chased their RV around. Because here's the way the process works. If I'm going to go up, in pre-COVID, we would usually knock on every single door. Now we're a little more cautious, or we'll just send them a notice. So we might leave a door hanger, but not attempt contact. But we're going to try to make some contact. We're going to come out, take an original photo, show that it's there. So let's say the HOA has called us and we're going to come out there. That's the process. So we're going to go out, we're going to make our initial contact or initial photos. And then if we've made contact or left a note, to say, move this at this time frame, we usually give them a couple of days, 5 days or something on trying just with a verbal. It usually opens dialogue. They'll call us. And if they don't do anything, we're going to come back and we're going to say, it's still here. We're going to now send them a notice. We're required to send them a notice of violation. It's going to give them a deadline with reasonable time to comply. So usually reasonable is 10 days. In some cases for people that we've done this for 11 years, we think reasonable is a little less than 10 days because they are well informed. But usually we give them 10 days. And usually a half an hour before the deadline of that 5 o'clock, 10th day, they put it on the street. They'll put it on the street for 3 days. We'll clear our call. And then they'll put it back in their driveway where we then have to notify them again. So as much as it sounds like a better option for HOAs, we're not in any better of a position. So I know, what was that, 6 months ago, a year ago, that we were trying to get the penalties changed. We looked in trying to make it a citable offense. Just say, this is a problem for us. Let's make these penalties citable. We tried that route when we talked to the prosecutor's office. They won't send summons for the infractions because it costs more in court costs to be able to get someone into summons. So we didn't have the option of changing it to a more reasonable penalty that we can be able to resolve. And when we came down to it, all of the other UDCs that we have penalties that are misdemeanors that go through our process, everything else can work with an end result. A daycare operating without a license. They're either going to get their permit, their home occupation permit, or they're going to choose not to, or they're going to stop running the operation completely. If they choose not to, we can send that to court. But when the compliance can be resolved every time they move their vehicle and then restart every time, we can't get teeth on it. So then we reevaluated it. It's not the UDC that needs to be changed. It's this one code. So I looked up 2020 stats on this. 173 calls for service were for parking standards involving 200 vehicles. If with these amendments were changed, the same call, the same year, if we allowed them to have one recreational vehicle that's licensed with registration, following all the rules. We're not talking vehicles that aren't registered, that are in horrible conditions. We're talking just your standard operating, a guy who has a trailer that works out of his home and brings his trailer every day, landscaping, something like that. Our call load would be 71 calls. 102 of those calls would go away. 102 confrontations, 102 possible complaints. The people that we contacted today, that was their exact threat. I'm going to council. I'm going to the mayor's office. I'm going to talk to your boss. Every single time, it's anger and a confrontation. The citizens, majority of the citizens, and I'm taking it from a complaint basis, right? There might be 100 other happy people that don't have to look at that trailer. But what I see is my code officers daily being put in confrontation positions over something that's being handled on private property that otherwise isn't violating any other code other than something that's usually coming and going. These ones that we're talking about that are actual problems would still be addressed. What we end up with is the neighbor wars. He brought the trailer back, the boat's back, duck season. I mean, it's constant. And so we're just trying to look for a way that takes some of that threat away. I know that people have gone to council. I know that people have talked to the mayors. It's constantly one of those things where our citizens aren't happy with the code. So it's just trying to come up with some sort of in between.
Okay. That makes sense.
Any other questions for staff or? Do you have anything else, Bill?
I was just going to add, kind of piggyback on what Lacey was saying, is that this is really, I think this one's coming more from council than anything too. They've talked about this round and round at many city council meetings, and I know Councilman Kavanagh is very passionate about doing something with this section of code. So hopefully we'll as this kind of transitions through the public hearing process, I'm hoping we'll garner some support on this, just to help our team members here.
Bill, one thing I will say is with the HOAs that are out there, and overactive is probably the right word, not active. There will likely be some kickback on this from the HOAs because they want it more restrictive, not less restrictive. And I think this is going to make it less restrictive. With the wording that's in there, I think it protects from just having, you know, a piece of junk basically laying beside your house. So it enforces you to keep it registered, to keep it running, to keep it, you know, something that you're going to have. But again, I mean, some of the HOAs and the way that they go about things, they're generally want to be more restrictive. Ours, for instance, our HOAs literally say that if you're a permanent resident, you can't park on the street. Yeah, you have to park in your garage or in your driveway. You can't park on the street. So.
I mean, I deal with the HOAs as well, and I'm thinking if, you know, maybe you resort to fining instead of involving the city. It's like, it's just, you know, after one or two notices and you start getting fined and a lien on the property, and I mean.
Yeah, we've got lots of liens, and the fines are a sticky situation because then, of course, you have to have somebody to go collect the fine.
And one of the other
Now you're
things-
talking money.
One of the other things that was added in here that was previously a loophole, and let me tell you, people will find the loopholes and they learn how to work it in a way that we can't counter it. So when we added, you know, one of the things we added in was a gross vehicle weight. So if you're going to say that one recreational or any of these other type vehicles are allowed, we added in the gross vehicle weight of 16,000 pounds because really an F-350 is over 12,000 pounds, which is allowed on the road. But it's, you know, you can't actually park an F-350 on a road because it's over the gross vehicle weight. But to add that, because we get the dump, like semi trucks coming in on driveways. So we added the gross vehicle weight so that we did have a restriction. And then the other thing we added was listing those specialized vehicles, UTVs, ATVs, which would include the jet skis. I have 2 properties that hoard jet skis, and they're not a vehicle. So they aren't junk. And so there's this thing where I have these properties with probably 8 jet skis on their properties. So by adding this, it also gives us a little bit more authority to be able to enforce against these other things that people do on the front of their properties. There.
I do not envy your job.
Neither do I.
I muted myself instead of unmuting. So does the 16,000 pounds agree with the RV, or is there a conflict there?
They'll be separate because the recreational vehicles are listed as allowed. Like currently you can't park a vehicle on the roadway that's over 12,000 pounds, except for RVs are exempt. So the same thing is by listing them as allowed, allowing one recreational vehicle, one camper trailer, then those will be allowed. But a vehicle, which is defined by the state of Idaho, can't be over 16,000 pounds. So it will be automobiles and pickup trucks, anything that's a vessel that can be registered, then it would have to be registered under 16,000 pounds to meet the gross vehicle weight rating. Correct, Ted? You're.
But
Yeah, okay.
but an RV, even if it's over 16,000 pounds, is allowed.
Yes, because it's listed as allowed.
Okay, does that need to be? 'Cause it says both. Does it need to be changed at all to say, with the exception of approved vehicles above or something?
I don't think so. I think that's what that head shake means. Okay.
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 A question on the, I mean, essentially you're talking about anything with a T plate, right?
So
And I ask because I have a truck with a T plate that sits
it's
in our
over,
driveway.
yeah, so right now it's not allowed anyway. Anything over 12,000 pounds isn't currently allowed in your driveway.
Don't drive by.
Right.
We get your address?
Yeah.
Not to dox you, but
So I'm trying to look at this and not get completely sidetracked, but we tried to list it when we described them as vehicles that could be licensed and registered would be listed first, and then those specialty vehicles were listed afterwards. So what we're looking for is that license, that it's current and valid. So that's the intent, is to have current and valid vehicles. We don't go out looking for vehicles that are over 16,000 pounds rated. You'd have to run the license plate for that. So we would be responding to a complaint. So sometimes those come in when people are running a home occupation, and maybe they're like remodel something, or restoration companies, and they have these large cargo box vans. So unless they're doing like interstate travel, they really can usually rate them under that. And we don't have any enforcement on that. So if you're choosing to rate your vehicle, you're going to end up with the T plate.
Yeah.
Because you're choosing to rate it higher than that. But you probably we wouldn't receive that call.
Okay.
Any other comments from staff or any other presentation?
If there's no other questions for Lacey, I would certainly ask, she doesn't have to stay. She's more than welcome to leave unless you guys have other questions, but I think I can handle it from here.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Lacey. So the next round of changes are really ones that I handle throughout the years. As you know, I keep a running list of code changes throughout the years. These are the ones that I meet with the UDC focus group and get input from all of our stakeholders before we bring those to you. So I'm very familiar with these code changes. Some of the ones that you heard last month were going to be part of this presentation tonight. But again, because of that request of expediting those, I went ahead and removed those from the list here. You can see here, these range from Lacey's changes from chapter 1 all the way to chapter 7 of the code of the UDC anyways. So we want to, some of the changes tonight to discuss with you. You can see here that we're raising, and I would also mention to the commission that we say what we're trying to fix and why we're fixing that. So I think that's the importance of this table here of what, one, we're changing code, but why are we changing code? And we try to do that regularly. Some of the code changes you have tonight couldn't get to that level of detail just because we're in the process of rewriting an entire ordinance, and that's in regards to the open space and site amenity. So it'd be hard to give you commentary for every code change that we did. But I can tell you that not only were these changes and the open space changes that we're going to discuss a little bit later, they were fully vetted through a very talented group of people. And again, we appreciate their time in participating in that because it is a huge effort to do that and take your time out of your busy schedules to participate in these activities. So it's something that we do take very, very serious. I also had the pleasure of sharing these changes with the BCA, which is the Building contractors of Southwest Idaho is the technical term, but I like to get in front of our developers or even our home builders and just share what's coming down the pipeline. And you can see with the public comments submitted from them today that they like to be involved and active as well in the process. So I'll go ahead and move quickly through some of these. I think I'll highlight some of the more prominent changes for you. I think it's obvious what we're trying to do on some of these. I remember one of the changes that we're trying to do is that's particular interest to our development community is probably 11.3B 14C, right here at the end of this first page here. And it has to do with certificate of occupancies for subdivisions. So a lot of you don't get involved in this, but what will happen is you all approve subdivisions and then there's the construction period. And during that construction period, there's ways of getting the plat recorded without actually building anything. You can just put up the money for that to guarantee those improvements are met and still record a plat. It doesn't mean you can get a building permit. It just means you have a recorded document. And what we're finding with the high level of demand for homes, a few years ago was the delay in getting just help. You couldn't get any contractor to help you because it wasn't the workforce. And now we're seeing there's a delay in building materials because of the number of homes going up. And so typically in my world or planning's world is we don't let anyone move into their homes until the subdivision is 100% complete. That means all amenities in, all landscaping in, fencing in per the approved plans. And what we've noticed is we've had to make exceptions these last several years because they just can't get materials to finish the work. But we've always collected what we call a surety to do that work. And so in working with our development partners, we came up with this solution to allow them to continue to get C of Os, let people move in, contingent upon us having C of O with the expectation that those improvements would be done at the end of 90 days after the first C of O is issued for the development. I can tell you some of that 90-day was still pretty tight for some of the feedback that we received with the group. They were wanting us to push that to almost 180 days because they said, what if we need people moving in November and that may not get you far enough into spring to get the materials or do that work because of the weather here in Idaho. So we went ahead and said, well, we're going to stick with 90 for now, but it's something that we need to track in our process as we go through as part of our process improvements. Is this adequate? I don't know. Again, staff is guessing at 90 days might be sufficient, but maybe 120, 160, 180 may be prudent at this point. And I'll go ahead and go through all of this and then we can go back to some of these and have questions on it as I transition. I think that another one of particular interest for this body is the parking for multifamily. You can see we're actually making some changes this time. We're classifying studios as providing one, and then we're also having a requirement for guest parking. And this is pretty similar to what we saw from our neighbor to the east in Boise. So I took that right out of their code that the developer would have to provide guest parking, 1 per 10 dwelling units, for every 10 dwelling units. The other change on this sheet is our flex space standards. We're starting to see an uptick in flex space throughout the community and the need for that. And currently we don't allow rolling doors or loading docks in those districts. And so we've met with the development community. We understand their concern. And as long as they can screen it or put it behind the building, there may be cases where it's appropriate. And that's why we're adding that it can be as long as it's not visible from the street. We don't want them in front of the building, but it might work in behind the building. So that's one change we have going forward. Another one, this one may be of interest to Commissioner Casanelli, concerns with public hearing signs. When we started meeting with the UDC focus group, we had a vision that the city may take over posting of properties. And as we had the larger discussion with the group, we realized there's a lot of liability the city would have to take on if we were to provide that service to our applicants. And so we decided to remove that portion of the language from the code, but we did try to reinforce that signs need to be fastened securely and they have to provide documentations with photos, a map of where they place the signs so that we can at least have an accurate record that it was done. I know this body's heard on a regular basis where people have gone in and kicked over signs, or the wind's blowing them over, or something happened to the sign as it was going through the public hearing process that led you to question what had happened and why this occurred. We don't have a real answer. All we can really do is go to the public record and let you know that we received the affidavit, we've got the proof of posting, and they met code requirements. We don't physically go out to the site and verify that it's been posted. This is a new change also underneath the public hearing process. What we see throughout, at least from my perspective and the team's perspective, when we transition between planning and zoning commission to city council, sometimes there's not always enough time for the applicant to get us revised plans. And so it's really hard for us to update our staff report or articulate the changes to both either you or the city council. So I wanted to make sure that whatever we do, if you guys require changes to plans or city council, that we have some kind of time frame built into the code so that we could adequately analyze those changes and bring back a formal recommendation on those changes to you and have modified conditions of approval should you want to act on that once you see the revised plans. And I think, again, some of the feedback that I had on this particular code change or addition is just adding more time to the development process. And unfortunately, sometimes when, and this body sees it time and time again, sometimes we have developments that just aren't ready yet, and we have to condition the heck out of it. And ultimately, we're continuing it anyways, going back and getting a redesign and then bringing it back with modified conditions. So to me, this just kind of puts a finer plan to what the expectations are moving forward. I'd also let you know with some of the software updates that we're going to be implementing here in the next couple months, we'll actually be able to send an email back to the applicant saying, you need to upload revised plans or you're not going to your hearing. And that will help staff, my staff, to understand that they have to review the plans. And it'll also inform the city clerk that there's other plans that need to be uploaded to the public record. So it should be a pretty interesting tool. We'll see how this all plays out, but I'm looking forward to some of the changes that are coming your way here in the next couple months. Here's some of the surety agreements. Again, this kind of coincides with some of the changes that we had up above, that 180-day window, or at least giving the developer some flexibility to get people moving into their homes quicker if we have surety in place. So that coincides. And then the last modification on this table is just the density formula for our PUD standards. I think this body is very aware that we no longer regulate density in the UDC. It's a function of the comprehensive plan now. And so we found this one interesting holdover in the code. And so we just decided to go ahead and get it cleaned up while we're doing this round of updates currently. So again, overall, I think a lot of the feedback from the committee, UDC focus group, was positive. They do endorse a majority of these changes. But again, as I noted earlier, they would like that window to be extended from 90 days to potentially 120 to 160 days. With that, I'll kind of just stand for questions for this section of the code changes this evening.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Grove.
Bill, I have a stupid question. So it's late enough in the night that I can have a stupid question, I think. But is there a place on the city's website where you can easily find what public notices are currently out in the public, where you don't have to, like, I don't know. I drive by things and I see public notices and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'll remember to go try and figure out what that is, but it doesn't, I never remember, and I don't know. Is there an easy way to quickly see what those things are about?
Well, we've implemented, so it's, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner, there's not an easy way. We don't have a database that does that. What we do is when we accept an application, we actually have a mapping system on our website where residents, if they do see a sign, they have the ability to go to our website, click on a map and see what that project is. That's how we track that. And then if all the publishing information, the clerks keep on the project folder on Laserfish. So that's where we house all of that information. But there is no database per se that shows where all the postings are and where the projects are for the publics that have easy access, except for that map and we call it the active hearing level map. And it's on our website now. And it's actually been, I know I try to guide residents to do that as much as possible because it really does keep them informed as to what's happening in their area.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Seal.
And Bill, we got, on the noticing, since the city's going to take it over, is that going to be fee driven?
Well, we're not going to. That's what I said. We had toyed with it, but we decided not to because of the liability, getting people, property owners permission, having to go on somebody else's property. Just, it didn't seem warranted. Based on feedback from the UDC focus group, they did note that Boise used to do that, and they actually changed their code, went back and put it back on the applicant to do it. So I don't know if there's any value add to that, but certainly we don't want to proceed, at least staff doesn't want to proceed with that without knowing all of the obstacles or things that we may have to take on by doing that. And yes, we would have to go and create a fee to do that and analyze what that would cost the city to do. And we would pass that on to the applicant as part of the application process.
Okay, yeah, that just, as things are coming about and the city's trying to expand what it's able to offer or capable of offering as far as technology and ease of use, fees for something like that could definitely contribute to that, so.
Madam Chair. Bill, a couple of questions on the multifamily parking. Are those numbers, are those increased from what's been required in the past?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner Casanelli, no. Well, the ones in the middle for 1, 2, 3, and 4+ bedrooms, those are what currently are in code. And then the underlying are the new additions to the parking standards. So we've added or better define what parking is going to be required because we're starting to even see more studios come online. And so working with the development community and hearing what we've heard from all of you saying, you meet the minimums, but you don't have any, where's the guest going to park? So this is kind of staff's best guess at saying, hey, this could provide that additional parking that we keep hearing over and over from not only you, but city council.
When you got these numbers, you say you got these from Boise?
The guest spaces I did, but as far as the studio, that came from the UDC focus group. We all kind of agreed that, there's really no bedroom with a studio.
Mm-hmm.
It acts like a 1-bedroom, so it made sense to assess a 1-bedroom per dwelling for a studio.
Is on the guest did you just pull it out of their standards, or did you talk to somebody over there? Is that enough? 1 in 10?
I did not speak with any staff members over at the city of Boise. Again, I just went to their code because I remember researching this, 18 months ago and saw that standard in there. And I kind of took one of our larger multifamilies and I times it by that and I go, okay, that seems to be a reasonable amount. I mean, if you have a 240 unit apartment, it's pretty easy math, right? You get 24 guest stalls. That seemed to be a good visitor overflow parking number, or might even be excessive. But
on a smaller unit, that may not be enough.
You got it, or it may not be necessary. But again, that's what the conditional use permit is for. That's kind of goes back to our earlier discussion this evening, is that you have the ability to prescribe something more with a CUP. So if you don't feel it's appropriate, or you feel more parking is required, that's certainly your purview.
And Madam Chair, if I may have another question. Bill, on the roll-up doors on the flex space, what is there a mechanism there for if it's kind of a modern industrial type of a space with a I don't know what I would want to call it, some kind of a cool architectural design that's got cool roll-up doors, not your industrial roll-up doors. Is there something that via alternative compliance or whatever, that the applicant can get that in, can get even a fully visible one, that's not screened. But if it complements the project, can they put that in?
Currently, there's nothing available for them to do that except to comply. We specifically, and the reason what you're not seeing here is the definition of a flex space building. And in our minds, a lot of people think it's just an industrial building, but really, if you look at the definition of a flex space building in our code, it speaks to a high quality building. So it's meant to look commercial from the street and then act like an industrial building from the rear. And so we intentionally made it that way, where we didn't want the roll-ups because we didn't want to hurt the design aesthetic of the building and allow those in front. And so we did that intentionally a few years ago when we redid our flex space standards.
So, okay, so you're not talking about like a live work.
Correct.
Type of an environment.
When I'm talking flex space, it's office warehouse type buildings where you can have multi-tenant buildings where 30% is office, they have a retail showroom, and then they have warehousing in the back to store their materials or do manufacturing or something.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not a vertically integrated building. That's something totally different.
Okay, gotcha.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, Commissioner Casanelli, yeah, that's like what we also call in the industry, it's called incubator space. And so these people come into like what you can see in like 10 Mile and Franklin spaces. They just have those spots that they can be there for a little bit, or what you see like Alder Construction or Van Auker built, those kind of spots like that, I think is what he's trying to address there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's what I mean. We're actually, in this particular change, we're actually relaxing the standards because of what we've heard, some of these bigger buildings, particularly in our ME zone, if you look at the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan and look at mixed employment at ME, it does encourage some industrial users. And buildings could be 1 to 4 stories. So you don't know, but at the same time, you don't want loading docks in front of a building. It hurts the aesthetics. And same with the roll-up doors, but certainly, if a restaurant was to go in a building and put a roll-up door to connect to their patio, that's a completely different use. We would allow something like that as part of their design. All right, any other questions on this change? Well, before I move on to the next one. Does the commission want Kent to chime in on any of these changes before we get through staff's presentation?
Yeah. Go ahead and come up.
Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood. To help understand the parking, Boise has a lot less parking. They encourage you. I can get more units if I put less parking. On a general rule, doing units, do a 2-bedroom. They require 1 1/4 parking spaces per unit. I have a theory is that they're trying to promote mass transit, and by overparking that they meet that need. But they do, the provision that Bill pulled out is exactly the 1 per 10 guest parking. That's in their standard. Cities, CUNA, Ada County, they all require 2. Most of them require a guest parking along the lines of the 2 unit or the 1 per 10. That's kind of standard with Nampa and I think CUNA. But for the most part, we normally see 2 units. My clients that I do multifamily for say that meets most of their needs. Surprisingly, their renters, they find that they have a lot of people that are just renting 1 unit. I mean, they're renting a 2-bedroom, but there's only 1 person. They might have the really nice car that they take when they go out to eat and they have another car, they could have that. But for the most part, a lot of people are professional adults, and they need the one bedroom, but they have to rent two. So, because there's not a lot of one bedrooms out there. The signposting, the reason that you wouldn't want the city to do it is a number of the developments that we did when I was working for the city of Boise. And since then, you have militant neighborhood associations in Boise. They've empowered the neighborhoods to a point that they will tear down your signs. They'll tear down the 4x4 signs. They disappear off the site. One of the things that you should understand is my clients are generally paying around $500 per sign for a sign to be posted. It's a pretty expensive thing to do. I think one of the things that Meridian has done well is that they've changed the lettering heights and sizes, where I go do one in Eagle. If I do the type that they're talking about, I can't even see it when I park in front of it to know what's all there. But that's kind of normal for the sign posting. There are some companies that just do posting that have kind of come along. Nampa's in the process of adding that posting to their process. They haven't had it in the past. CUNA, to take care of the mom and pops, they rent signs. So they have a generic sign that they can put in P&Z and city council and the dates, and then they rent it to somebody that is doing a daycare or something like that, that they allow the people to use. Figuring that a resident can't afford a $500 sign. I've posted sites where they're spending close to $2,000 with all the locations that staff ask us to post with every stub street. So anyway, hopefully that helps.
Any other questions or comments for this section?
Perfect. Now I'll move on to exhibit 3 of 5. So this next one is really now we're starting to transition into a lot of our landscape open space changes. And I just have to commend Brian. He's the one that really spearheaded these changes to the landscape ordinance. I provided comment, but he worked closely with our Parks Department and others to try to enhance what we already have. So this isn't a total rewrite. It's just really to make things clearer and make sure that we're getting attractive landscaping in our developments. And again, I won't go through all of the changes, but I did want to highlight a couple of them. One change that I will have for you this evening that I need you to include in your motion is I was able to get with Matt Perkins. So when I sent out the staff report on Friday, I realized that the city arborist had not provided us a list of trees to include into our ordinance. And you can see here, it just kind of has a placeholder here. And so he was able to provide that to me at the beginning of the week here. And so in your motion tonight, I just would want you to include that we include the 2 lists that he gave me. So he gave me a list for water-wise, and then he also gave me a list that goes along as a companion document to the Treasure Valley Tree Selection Guide. And I'll make sure that gets added as we transition through the hearing to city council hearing. So you can see here, we removed a lot of our water-wise and trying to improve upon that to make it clear. We certainly want people to do that in our valley. I'd much rather see xeriscape and some of those things, and a lot of large expansion of lawns around a lot of these commercial businesses. It's just a lot of maintenance and a lot of water. This is nothing new to the code. Again, we're just reinforcing it with different trees and different species to try to encourage that to happen more often. And Again, a lot of these are changes to that speaks to that, irrigation standards. The one thing that's going to be interesting is this is where, and I did also share these changes with our UDC focus group once we had a draft of the changes. And the commission's very aware of all the developments around you. You live here, you're passionate about what you do, and you want to see better, higher quality development. And so what we've tried to do with this particular section is enhance what the developers need to do with, particularly in regards to their streetscape buffers. So their landscape buffers along arterials and collector roadways, and how they're supposed to plant that and what that's supposed to look like. There will also be a series of graphics that go along to give the end user an idea of what this section means. So it really specifies tree canopy. It really encourages more of a mix of shrubs and plantings and boulders, rather than just having a strip of sod and one tree for every 35 linear feet. So again, we're trying to reinforce that, and that really kind of comes down into this section here. And the exhibits were part of the public record as well. I transmitted that with the application, so you guys were aware of that. And then here's some of the explanation of limiting grasses and, how much coverage you should provide for that. Goes along with those graphics. And then a lot of you probably know we certain roadways in our community have what we call entryway corridors, and along those corridors we require 35-foot buffer rather than a 25. And I, to be honest with you, I can't see where a 35 looks any better than a 25, but those are the areas that should be elevated or be distinguished from other landscape buffers in our city. And that's what we're trying to do here as well. And again, the rest of these are just cleanups in language and verbiage in the code, removing some things and just kind of reinforcing some better principles. But I did want to point out one change to all of you, and this kind of coincides to which this, we'll see what the appetite of the council is on this particular one. Is really tree mitigation. This has really been, you've probably seen this more and more these days with these 5-acre lots where they're covered with trees because there's just a home on there and the residents live there forever. Now we have a project where someone wants to come in and subdivide it, and they have hundreds of caliper inches that they just can't mitigate for on a site. And so I'm working with the city's attorney's office and the city's arborist to develop basically an in Luffy. It's almost like a tree bank where if you can't mitigate the inches on your property, maybe you can pay towards a fund to offset those inches and then place them elsewhere throughout the city, in our parks, along pathways. Again, I don't know if council has traction for that, but I know planning and of course the Parks Department are pretty excited about this. We don't have any fees developed at this point. That will certainly be the next step. I've actually asked the city arborist to reach out to my understanding is the city of Boise has something similar to this, and he came from the city of Boise. So I actually asked him to reach out to his counterpart over there and get some more information on this particular topic, because I'm curious to see how this shapes up or how they administer this program.
Bill, real quick, are there limits on that?
As far as what limits?
Let's say that there was 100 caliper that had to be addressed or something. And instead of doing any trees whatsoever, like they decided to just pay the fee so that there was no tree. Like, I guess my question is like, could that be abused if there's not limits put in place?
Well, I think we have to look at the beginning part of the code where it says we're going to mitigate trees. Obviously, we want them to preserve the trees. That's the goal. And we've given them a lot of tools and flexibility to do that through alternative compliance. I don't think that would be the case, to be honest with you. I think all of us can appreciate keeping mature trees. I know Kent is probably a big fan of it too. I know he's been part of that in some of his developments. But the intent isn't not to mitigate anything. The intent is to try to keep and preserve that, but where you can't, then you would have this option. I don't know why staff would want to support that. If someone had, I can give you an example where we had that project off of McDermott, Lupine Cove, where they had 1,400 caliper inches to mitigate. You're not going to get, you're never going to get that many trees on a 5-acre property. And so essentially, where else are we going to put these trees? We have no other tools or mechanism to do that. So the arborist went out there, did the best he could to mitigate what he could, and then said, okay, this seems to be a fair plan. Let's move on. Most of the time we get a plan, we have them show us that. We require trees in their front yards or in their rear yards, more in their common open space. Wherever we can get trees, we try to accomplish that to make up for those caliper inches. So the intent of this code is not just to put up $100,000 and move on. It really is. Our first line of defense is really mitigate, to preserve where we can.
Like there's a property on Black Cat I'm thinking of that just has, I mean, there's a tree every 3 feet on the whole 5 acres up there. So this kind of speaks to that, where there's just no way that's ever going to be a reality.
That's a conservator. I think that has like a special thing on it though. That parcel does that you're talking about on Black Cat. There's like there's a special thing where it can't be changed. But I guess my question, Bill, is just making sure there's not a loophole that we're gonna have to worry about later. So.
Well, certainly again, we don't know what that fee is, but when I talked with the city arborist, he informed me it costs the city, I think he said roughly $250 to install a 2-inch caliper tree. So if you have to plant a tree, if you have to mitigate for 400, say 100 caliper inches, and you do that in 2-inch caliper trees, it's going to get very expensive. I don't know why someone would put up $250,000 to try to make up that amount. But is it possible? Sure. But again, I think more likely someone would want to work with us and come up with a mitigation plan that worked for both parties. And again, this is a new concept for the city of Meridian. I don't know how this is going to play out. And again, I don't even have a fee to share with you this evening. But I'm hoping as we transition to city council, we would have something figured out at that point, or at least lay out steps for a program for council so they can understand what this means.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Bill, I'm a little curious on that. Not that I don't like trees and things, but when you look at the natural landscape of the valley here, it's desert, and the trees are there. Especially something that's old growth or whatever. A homeowner planted that at some point. A farmer probably put that around his house, but the rest of his 80 acres or whatever was bare, and only because of the irrigation canals is there any vegetation on that land. So if a developer comes in, and I mean, typically they're going to put trees in, they're not going to not put trees in. If you're trying to mitigate for, a bunch of trees that a farmer put in around his house 50 years ago, it's going to be difficult to do. I mean, I kind of question why, we're trying to replace something that was put in there. I don't want to say artificially, but that was put in there to begin with. It's not natural in this environment. Does that make sense?
No, I completely understand. And that's typically where we get all these mitigations happening, is because the farmer has sold their property. And now we are mitigating that 50-year-old tree or 100-year-old tree because it's been there this whole time, providing shade or But again, there's certain tree species that are invasive, and the arborist has the right to make that call, whether it's a trash tree or a prohibited tree, and so a lot of times you'd be surprised, you might see a nice tree, but it may not be, it may be a cottonwood, for example, that we don't mitigate for because it may be a prohibited tree because of how invasive the root systems are or how much water it takes to grow that tree. And so that's the other part of the code that you don't see. Well, it's here, but that goes into account that sometimes trees don't, there's certain circumstances where trees don't always require mitigation. And that's in this code as well. But yeah, but when you're talking 80 acres, you can spread a lot of trees across 80 acres. It's really getting difficult on these smaller properties, these infills, where we have to get tools that give us flexibility or can do things elsewhere in the city. And that's really what we're trying to get at. Here's one where we don't really have any specifications for our pathways. Public Works, or we do, but we don't technically get any specified drawings for that. So Parks Department has requested that we have some kind of requirement that they would go out and verify that multi-use pathways that are constructed as part of a project will provide specs that, provide documentation that they meet those requirements. And then the last one has to do with, well, I think I already touched on that one. So here's that physical inspection that I was talking to. Any questions on this section? Or any words of wisdom to the council as we move forward?
I have another question. On the limitation on grass areas, we're not, I just want to be clear, that's not sacrificing open space for concrete. And
Well, not necessarily. It's sacrificing grass for just more planter beds. So if you've had an example to look at that, but our code does allow hardscape in street buffers, particularly with our commercial developments for patios and things of that nature. So it's integrated. But the intent, like I said, I could pull up the graphics for you, but the intent is really just to get more decorative buffers and include a mix of materials along that. And there's multiple ways to do that based on those graphics that we've prepared. We just don't want just one tree every 35 linear feet and all grass. You really want to get some attractive beds, shrubs, and for the most part, you see the developers doing that along the arterials. You really do. So it's really nothing new from what they're already doing. It's just defining that a little bit differently in the code and making it clear that that's the expectation. But you might get more rock or barge for sure, or bark from a bark or mulch. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if it's done right.
No, I just want to make sure that it doesn't mean more concrete.
I know it's not going to mean they can just put a bunch of concrete in there and just have these tree planters everywhere. In the code, there's still a vegetation requirement. So the way the code reads is all the vegetation has to touch at 70% maturity. And if they use the water wise, then it's 40%. So that's why when you see when you guys see a landscape plan in front of you, the landscape architect presenting that to you at maturity, the trees are full growth. But that's why when you drive by and you go, wow, I remember that buffer being a lot thicker than that. It's like, no, that's because the trees are this big, and he showed you the trees at full maturity, so it looked fuller on paper than it does when they actually install it. But yeah, there's minimum vegetation coverage in the code to combat that same issue you had, Bill, or Commissioner Castanelli.
It's almost 11. You can go with Bill.
All right, let's get to the meat of the meeting tonight. So Again, this one, I'm not going to go to all, this is a complete, almost overhaul of the code section. It really is. But I'm going to really highlight the major differences in the code from what you see in today's code and what may get adopted in the future and what the changes are. A lot of this is reinforced, as you guys recall, and part of that comprehensive plan update, the residents, and you hear it every time at the hearing where a lot of residents want better open space, either consolidated open space, better amenities, sense of place, all of these things that go into the visioning of a comprehensive plan. And so what we've tried to do here, or at least the UDC, what was it, the Open Space Committee, I think is the formal name of the group. What they try to do is really rewrite this code to align with the adoption of the new comprehensive plan. This is something that we were even asked by City Council to do once they adopted it. And so a lot of this is, again, you can see a lot of verbiage linking things back to comprehensive plan policies. This particular case, we actually removed the multifamily standards from the open space standards and made them their own separate. So we kind of bisected those two from each other because it was not clear on when this section applied to multifamilies and when it didn't. So we wanted to make sure we had a clear line of what's required for subdivisions and what's required for multifamily developments. And so the biggest change that came out of this group is currently we require 10% open space for developments 5 acres or larger. And as part of this group, we went back and said, well, let's set the standards based on the zone. And you can see and hear how that's going to play out. So if you develop in an R2 zone, the expectation you have a minimum 10% open space. R4 is 12, and then it's a sliding scale as you increase the zoning. And the idea behind this is you increase the zoning, you increase the density, right? So you need more open space to coincide with the density that you're wanting to do.
Is that regardless of the size of the, I like that.
That's how it's going to play out with this code. You are correct. Is regardless if it's 3 units to the acre.
Or if it's a 3-acre parcel, if they're under that, then.
Yeah, they don't comply with these standards. It's really 5 acres or more. That has not changed.
Oh, that is still the same?
Yes, you still have to have a minimum acreage to get there. So. And then we've added some graphics to kind of explain that. And we've also expanded what could count as open space, qualified open space. So we've defined that a little better in the code. There have been instances where staff and a developer have been at kind of a disagreement on how to interpret our own code. And you've probably seen that play out in the hearing. So this is definitely how we're going to, moving forward, how we're going to interpret the code. I mean, there is some spots in the code that are ambiguous and will be left to interpretation. And we've conveyed to that group that you need to, where you think it may be ambiguity in the plan, you need to explain that in your narrative to not only staff, but to you all, so you know what the intent is for the development. And I think being part of that open space committee, they were very, at least out of a lot of the developers that were on that committee said that we have to do a better job of explaining our project and what we're doing and what our amenities are. And that's a key to any project, in my opinion. You've got to just be able to tell us what you're doing and not leave it to us to interpret, because we're going to go to the code and we're going to say, this is what code says. And I don't see how you're meeting the code because you haven't explained it to us. So in this particular case here, I mean, we have minimum areas that count. Here's the 50 by 100. And then also, this is the one where we probably got the most pushback, is having the units front on the open space, or that 50% threshold of having front yards on 50% of the perimeter. And to better explain that, we actually threw some graphics in the code for you so you can see how that looked, and many different ways to do that. In the letter from from BCA, they actually wanted to reduce that down to 25%. Was one of their recommended changes. So here's community garden, ponds and water features. We always have that. Again, none of these are these are things we already have in code. We're just further defining them and how they can be qualified. and count towards your open space. And putting some dimensions to them. And I like the fact that we actually added graphics. I think that a picture says 1,000 words, right? That really tells what the expectation is for the open space. Here's one here where we count 100% of the buffer. So just, again, just clarifying it. And then showing you some, just again, enhancing what we already have. So anything you see that's struck out here is something that's already being removed. We already have it in code, and anything underlined is new or text changes. So again, nothing new as far as what's required for open space, just further defining it and requiring more based on your zone. And then the next part of these changes is the amenities. Currently in code, we have a pretty limited list in code. And so this is where we spent a lot of time with the UDC, or at least the Open Space Committee. And again, we actually came up with a lot more amenities, but then we assigned a point to each one of those amenities, and each amenity has a different points. And so this is how you would tally so for each 5 acres, you're gonna get a point based on your acreage here. And so then what you would do is you go down to the amenity list and you get a pick from all of these different amenities. And depending on the size of your development, you can have many amenities to get to your points, or you can have one great amenity to get to your points. And that's something that I've heard for the last, I don't know, 5 years, having to deal with trying to amend this section of code, is we always hear that not every amenity is created equal. Not all open space is created equal. And that's true. Obviously, if you do a clubhouse in your development, that's an additional expense or cost to not only an HOA, but also to the developer. And again, I can't testify whether or not these are the right point totals for how we should assess the points for these amenities. But right now, this is what we came up with. And I think Commissioner Seal can attest to, we spent quite a bit of time on how to grade these amenities, because developers will tell you a clubhouse is $500,000, $1 million to build, and you're giving me 6 points. I mean, we heard every argument under the sun why some of these weren't apples to apples.
How'd you come up with the dog waste station? 0.5.
I was just being polite. We have them. Yeah, we have them in my subdivision too. I mean, it's appreciated. I don't think people use them, but it's appreciated when you see them. But yeah, and I think it came out of a lot of time. You guys see this all the time, but we're starting to see more and more dog parks. It's very a popular amenity.
Part of it too was based out of some of the feedback they got on people want the dog parks, but they don't want the trash receptacles there because it's a mess that nobody deals with.
Yep.
So it just becomes a mess. It's like anything else. You bring it in, you pack it out, type of thing. So if you leave a receptacle there, people are gonna obviously abuse that in a lot of ways. So I think that's why there's a little bit of separation in there, where you still have a dog park, you just don't have to have a trash can there.
And so a lot of these quality of life amenities, recreation, activity amenities, these are all things in the code already. We just, again, expanded upon the list. And added more, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that's the good thing, is hopefully this will give the development community more flexibility. That's really the goal here. The other good thing about it is we actually had, when we were talking about the overall open space for residential subdivisions, we actually had, I believe, some of the committee members actually ran this code against their current approvals, and they came back and said it really didn't change what we already had approved. We already had it matched up what you're doing here, city, so we don't really have any concern with it.
That
doing
was
that anyways.
definitely some of the feedback that was appreciated for sure. And I think it's going to help, weed out the minimalists. People that are just trying to squeak by. They're probably going to struggle with some of this and trying to come up with something. There's a huge list of amenities that are in here, and there's a lot of things that you could do to be creative about it. It's just trying to remove, some of the things that are just way too easy to attain and calling it an amenity, and put in some stuff that has some
Park bench.
substance to it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen some stuff that's been submitted where it just doesn't meet the intent. I think part of this was just a,
Bill, is that swimming pool with changing facilities, or they don't get 4 for the swimming pool and then 6 for the restrooms?
No, that's correct. They would get a total of 6. So in the subdivision that I live in, we have a pool with, and then a building that has essentially restrooms.
But that shouldn't that say swimming pool with changing?
Yeah, like I said, I think we'll probably wordsmith some of this a little bit more, but I'm certainly open. Is there any amenity here you don't see that you, the other thing I don't want to lose sight of, though, even though we're kind of revamping this code or overhauling it, there's still the alternative compliance process that's built into this. So if someone has something unique or different, they can come forward with that. They can come to staff and say, hey, we think we have something better. We want to do 8% open space, but we're willing to do this amenity package. What do you think, city? Does this work? Yes or no?
I have a question on that. Have you outlined like a plan on how you'll be able to assess or assign valued points on things that aren't on the list? And what that process will look like through the alternative compliance?
No, we didn't. And that's a very good point. I think if someone came to me today and asked me to do alternative compliance, I would steer them to this code, and I would say, pick off this list and tell me what you're going to do, what's your amenity package to offset the open space. Because that's what we kept hearing. A lot of the steering committee members kept saying, I'm big on amenities, I'm not so big on open space. So if I'm going to come forward with a, lack of a better word, a premier amenity package, then show me that or explain that in your narrative. But to me, at least it has to be equal to or better than what's on this list. That's what alternative compliance is. It's not to get you out of code. Alternative compliance is to do something that we don't have here, and we like it. I mean, you have to tell us how it's equal to or better than. That's the finding we really have to make. Where's the innovation? Do you meet the requirements to even be eligible for alternative compliance? And that's where a lot of times, as staff, we don't see the applicants explaining that very well. They just say, we want this. And it's like, you didn't tell me anything. You didn't give me enough to say whether or not I could support it. And that's, again, that was the conversation we had with this committee, is like, if you're gonna do something, you got to tell us what you're going to do and explain it so that we can articulate that to you all as you're making decisions on these projects.
Bill, you rolled by up above the stormwater retention pond. Does that count as qualified open space?
Yes, it does. Again, it comes down to, you can see we kind of wordsmith it, but it has to be part of a larger open space. And that was changed a while ago. I think I did that code change a couple of years ago where we allowed storm ponds in subdivisions, but they could just be standalone open space if they were designed appropriately. And then a few years ago, I did a code change that said, if you're going to do storm ponds, then at least it has to be on a lot that's 20,000 square feet. So that way it's not entirely a storm pond, and someone could still use it as a recreation and use it as open space, and try to at least get people thinking that you should really design that as part of your open space, not just a random lot in the middle of a subdivision that collects water or has sand in the bottom of it. Right? That's what we've seen in past developments. But now
I know we don't want to get into the weeds necessarily, but one of the ones that maybe I'm missing, but it came up tonight and it's come up quite a few times over the last year is community gardens, and treating that as an amenity, and how we look at things like that moving forward. I don't want to go line by line necessarily, but just looking at
Pretty sure that's in there.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah. I still can't get them to add a bike park, but, I tried. Alternative compliance, I guess.
The other thing that we did too is we reinforced that it needs to be high quality amenities, so commercial grade. We don't have that in the code right now. So we definitely want them to develop things and design things that are meant to last. I think that's the key.
Thank you for doing the tot lot at one point.
Bill, one of the things that Discovery Park showed to me was this, as an amenity, was a sandbox or like the sand play area, and I didn't see anything listed in there about that. So is that something, or what do you think that might fall under if you guys are thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. Usually sand in our world means it's bottom of a retention pond.
Right.
We don't want to see it.
Right.
We
know that-
discount that as open space. But again, it comes down to playground. If you look down here, playground,
Yes.
to me, that's where you're getting swing sets or multiple play areas
Okay.
being designed. So maybe that's the opportunity they could do something like that. But I know we've, in the past, Commissioner Wheeler, we've had people that have put volleyball courts in the bottom of those basins and try to count that as an amenity, and that's not what we want to do. All right, any other questions here? Kent, any commentary on this?
Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood. I recently helped Nampa. Nampa's in the process of looking at their open space, and I actually brought them over, and they're looking at trying to come up with things for density also. And I took them to Tuscany as one of the ones that we went to. They have a pool and a changing room, and then a pathway that goes through one section, and then they have the storm drain pond. And the storm drain pond looks like a dry creek bed, and it's got boulders. And I said, so in Nampa, you make us make these sterile ACHD type ponds. And I said, the ACHD actually came up with different criteria so that we could make these look nice and usable. And then I drove them through Woodbridge, and Woodbridge has theirs all sodded, and then they got a big boulder that's on the side. And in the spring, they'll get water down in the bottom. Grass kind of gets kind of mushy for a little bit, but then the rest of the time, it's just grass. And so you're able to count that. Went over into the other part of Tuscany, and I said, so you got a pool and changing room and a tot lot, and they're all over at this one end, and then the park kind of goes real narrow. And P&Z asked us to put in a parking area, and this is as close as they could get to the pool. But I says, if you go over here, this storm drain pond is where, if I was a little boy, that's where I'd be playing. And we looked in there, and sure enough, there's a little kid in there. He's jumping off the rocks, not in the safe area, landing in the stuff. And I think that that's one of the things that Bill's done that makes that look really, and I had a hard time when I worked for the city of having people say that you could count the ditch that's next door to your open space. You know, we're having a pathway there and not counting it. Caldwell, actually, if it has water in it, you can't count it. And developers are creative. Now they're putting the pathway in a lot and the bottom of the ditch in another lot so that you can count a portion of it, because they're saying if there's any part of it that has a drain or whatever in it, you can't count it. And, but I think this is a step in the right direction, definitely, because in the past, it's been a struggle to use the limited number of amenities and try to go, well, how does this fit this particular development that we're doing, whether it's a rental or it's a senior development or something. You know, the one that always was kind of thrown in my face, and it's still on the list, is public art. We're going, okay, we'll put one of Bill's benches and we'll put a cow on it, you know, and say that's public art. Bill would say no, he didn't like that idea. But I think that this is needed. I thought it was really interesting in the fact that if you were to look at Tuscany, it doesn't meet your current open space requirements, but you don't feel like it's tight in there. It's because of how it's laid out with these linear pathways, a little bit of landscaping in front of in areas where it gets tighter. And I think that that's a much needed thing. And I think that that's a nice thing to progress. When you get more dense, then you need, you know, some more open space. Just a thought. Thanks. I'm going to go home.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. A little nicer digs now.
Before I transition away from this, I did just want to point you to the BCA letter that was submitted today. And a lot of the comments had to do with us requiring more open space, you know, given the fact that we have affordable housing issues. Things are going up. In their letter, they speak to transition, you know, putting higher HOA dues and fees and all of that, and that just contributes to the issue that we're dealing with now. And then they also had comments regarding the irregular shaped lots, and that's one of the things that I've seen over time is you just have these remnant lots left over in developments, and they just seem to be out of place. And I think this commission's seen that time and time again too. It's like, okay, how many lots do we get on here? And then the rest is open space, and that's what the project looks like. And so that's really what we're trying to avoid here with this code, is really try to get people to go put thought into your design. Obviously, you have to lay roads out, you have to plot lots, but you have to do drainage. I think all of us get those concepts, and you have waterways, you have other impediments on the site that you have to work around. But again, our code is meant to try to do that, and hopefully we're getting more and more flexible with our code to allow those things to occur. And then this last, the one other part that I like about this section of code is we start defining things. You know, this is how it counts. You have to have these elements as part of it, which I think is good, because right now we don't have anything like that, you know. And there's going back to Ken's point, public art, what does that mean? We struggle with that too. But it really is meant to be something decorative and nice. It's a custom piece. It's not just put your subdivision name on it and put it on a big rock and you put it at your front entrance and call it art. No, that's a sign. It's not art.
Yeah, and I think that, one of the major focuses we had on all of this section here is just basically focusing on quality, not quantity. Trying to figure out how to ensure that, you know, the minimalists that are coming in still have something to shoot for, but at the same time, really emphasizing quality of open space, of activities, of even coordinating with other entities to provide something.
And we try to be open to all demographics.
Yep.
Not every subdivision is alike. right? It's going to be older. I mean, that's what a subdivision does. You have younger population to older populations, and as those neighborhoods transition in a community. And I think that's the one thing that I took away from it too, is they're trying to make it inclusive for everybody. I think that's a good thing for Meridian. I think Commissioner Holland would agree. And here's your dog parks and all what that's supposed to look like. So again, a lot of this is just kind of expanding and providing some parameters on those amenities. And I hope we get some pretty cool things coming through once we get this adopted. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and digress on this and see if there's any changes here. Is the commission comfortable with the open space direction we're going with open space as far as the percentages and what we're doing as far as the added amenities and how we've defined those? I think there's been several months of work gone into this thing. We spent quite a bit of time on it.
Where's the section at that has the paths? What ended up becoming of how paths are designated and awarded and things like
pathways?
That? Giving an example, there's a section from 10 Mile that goes clear through to Linder that's like the green belt. I mean, it's beautiful. Wide walking path, nice amenity over there and everything. And that's something that, we want to kind of aspire to is being able to do that, because of both ends of it, it just ends. You don't go anywhere else. But I mean, when you're on it, it's absolutely beautiful. It's breathtaking to ride through there. Unfortunately, I live there and I get to, ride my bike on it all the time, but the pathways part of it was a little contentious just because of, I think there's, in the developer community, a lot of people want to they want the city to go for it, spend money and connect it all and just get it done instead of having to rely on the developers to do it. So, but I think we came up with some pretty good, I don't know exactly how it all worded out in there, but I think it came out pretty good to where there's pretty good incentives in there for starting to make that happen more aggressively.
I really like the point system. Kudos for getting that off the ground and moving forward with it. I think that's a really cool way to improve things.
That was also contentious. Mainly because the other side of that is it makes things more complicated, but that's okay.
Let me move on to Exhibit 5 here if there's no other comments or questions on this section. And so this one has to do with multifamily. So this is one that Brian took on, and then I helped kind of massage it to the finish line here, of course, with Caleb helping out as well. So again, as I mentioned to you, the way the code works currently is right now in the multifamily section of our code, we require a certain amount of open space based on the square footage of the multifamily dwelling unit. But if that multifamily project exceeds 5 acres, then we're double dipping the development community. So basically we're telling them that they have to provide the open spaces and amenities in 11.4327. And then if you're over 5 acres, then you have to provide the 10% open space and the other additional amenity requirements of 3G. And so I wouldn't say it wasn't being applied consistently, but definitely there was some confusion among city staff on that particular requirement. So if a multifamily development was to come into a CG zone, for example, a commercial zone, we would not apply the 5% because it's not a residential zone. So we'd only apply the multifamily standards. So technically, that's where we started seeing uptick of people wanting to develop multifamily in our CG zones, because one, it's allowed through a conditional use, but two, you got to get more density. There's no density requirement, and you get to do less amenities and open space if it was over 5 acres. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but there's some advantages to developing in the commercial zone versus a residential district. And so what we wanted to do with this is, again, we've actually separated this from 11.3G. So now this has its own specific open space requirements based on square foot or based on the size of the development. Again, I won't go into all the changes. I just want to primarily get to the one that I spent the most time with, meeting with the stakeholders. That's this particular one here, where it's currently, we are requiring, again, if the development exceeds 5 acres, they're going to do 10%. And then in addition to that 10%, they're still going to have to provide that square footage based on the size of the dwelling unit. And then we've also added this component into it, that where you have more than 20 units, you've got to provide a consolidated open space of at least 50 by 100 in order for, as part of the development. So there's kind of a three-prong approach to this. Whether you're 5 acres or not, you're still doing this 50 by 100 area and the other open space. And if you're larger multifamily development, you're providing 10% plus that open space, plus the 50 by 100 area. But the caveat is, and again, we ground truth some of this with some other multifamily developments that we provided. And on average, the larger multifamily developments are exceeding these requirements. They really are. And we actually had the numbers to prove that. But one thing that came out was from the they don't mind providing the open space, but they really want it. They said, okay, we're okay with open space. This is typically what we provide, but why can't we be like the residential where we cap off at 15%? So I went back and went ahead and said up here, I added this, in no case shall multifamily development exceed a total of 15% common open space. So whether they get the combination of the three or one or the other, in no way can the max open space we're going to get with multifamily developments is going to be 15%, which is consistent with 11.3G.
I have a question on that.
What's
So
that?
they can't exceed 15% if they want to?
They can, yeah, exactly. The intent is if they don't want to, the minimum is going to be, if they go through, if they have, let's say, for example, they have a 20-acre multifamily development and they provide the 10% and the code has, so if we crunch the numbers and they needed 10% and they had 300 units and we times that by 250 and it was over 15%, we couldn't, they could go forward with that, but they could say, sorry, your code says we only have to provide 15%. So we're not going to provide, they'll, and how they do that, they'd have to work with staff. I don't know if that's right for the commission. I don't know if you want 20% or 50. There is no real ratio here. A lot of this really comes down to design and how they lay out the site and what site constraints that they have. But the intent is not to do, the intent is to cap it at 15%, or again, the developer can choose to do more. And then again, we also opened it up to alternative compliance, which we typically haven't done. And then as you come through, you can see we haven't really expanded on those amenities like we have in 3G. That's really the biggest change with the multifamily, is just that we've removed it and then pretty much capped open space at 15% unless otherwise wanted, in case they want more. But
I was gonna say, does that maybe need to be reworded and just put shall not be required?
yeah, maybe
To-
that's what I mean. It's something that we probably want to look at.
Because I mean, the way it reads to the left, I agree,
Agreed.
Commissioner Grow, it sounds like, okay, you can't put more than 15% in here.
Yeah, that's not the intent though. So
Yeah.
that's a good point. We
Yeah,
definitely want
it
to
shall
massage
not
that
be
one.
required to have over 50%.
Well, I even want to put a book in if this and this equals this, 15% is the number, right? So yes, definitely need some wordsmithing there. And I can definitely work with that as we transition to city council, but I agree, that seems a little strange the way it's worded in there. But are there any amenities that I thought I also added something including but not limited to the open space, because I wanted to make sure that I really like the idea of having more options for multifamily, to be honest with you, as far as amenities. Any comments on that, as far as increasing this amenity list?
So I might have missed what you just said, but are we doing the point system on this one too, or no?
I don't know if we do the point system. I'm just curious whether or not the commission wants to see some of those other amenities added to this list as part of multifamily developments. We have not discussed the point system for multifamily. That's a whole different animal.
Don't you think it should be the same? Have the same list for both?
And I don't know that that would, I don't know that all of them are relevant between the two.
Oh.
Some of them, to me, were probably more relevant to multifamily than single family in there. You know, some of the play area with splash pad, for instance, instead of a pool.
Right.
Where you could probably have, you know, a couple of those in a smaller area instead of providing a pool and a clubhouse and things like that, where people are probably going to be more apt to use that.
Yeah, the other one, well, we have walking trails, so that covers the multi-use pathways.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's something we can look at.
If you had the same, it would be just consistent. So that way, if you were talking to a developer that was doing single family houses versus multi-family, then you're always talking about the same list, even if it doesn't have points.
Well, in developments like we just looked at, where there's multifamily
And single
and,
family.
I mean, that, you know, where it's that hybrid kind of model in there, that having some consistency in there might be good. But again, I know, you know, I'm struggling to find an example of what's not relevant to multifamily
Right.
versus single family, but I know that was part of the communication. And I, for one, I'm very happy to see the open grassy area removed from this. So I think that was one of the common themes, is we don't, you know, let's quit letting people just put in these giant grassy areas and call it common open space and move on. So trying to get the quality out of it.
From that standpoint, I know one thing that's we've seen lately a few times is the use of Muse, which I think all of us like. I don't know if there's a way to incorporate that into there as not a requirement, but
I think that's in the multifamily attached. I don't even know if it's multifamily attached. It's in the attached where you put the Muse in, and that counts differently for open space. Actually, it just counts as open space when it's a MU.
Yes, correct. 'Cause if it's 20 by 20, it would
Right.
count. That is correct.
Yep. And I think that's in there specifically to try and encourage that, you know, more kind of an alley load, front facing.
Yeah.
You know, and again, a lot of the open space, you know, coming into a park like where you have more of a sense of community, where instead of looking over someone's back fence into a park, the front side, you know, basically that front side is looking into that common open space, kind of all eyes on it. So I think the Muse are what does that.
Yeah.
I think it's late, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, the way the multifamily standards read it, you want all the units running on the open space for SEPTED reasons. You want eyes on that. So
Bill, a couple things I had as a thought was, one is on the open grass area. I know it's kind of just a quick little sod drop and go. But one thing it does, just something to consider, is that it does leave open for kicking a soccer ball, throwing a baseball, football. So sometimes just those quick little things that low income families might be able to provide on something like that. might be something just to reconsider and maybe have something in there that might say with playground equipment or with some other sort of thing attached to it. So you're right. So it's just not a patch of lawn. That's something just to consider. And then when it comes down to using the same list for both of them, there's nothing, maybe an idea is to put them, make the list and then have also like check boxes off on the side with some columns that would say be permitted for multifamily and residential. And that way there was just a way that in the code that you could take a look and say this type of amenity would be used for, could be used for both, you know, because you'd have a column. I'm thinking a spreadsheet in my head, right? A list of amenities, residential, multifamily, and then you just check box them. So then that can be clarified which one would account for what.
That, I think that's a good option. We can look at some of those and see if we can expand on this list for sure.
Yeah, and the grassy areas are still there. They're just not counted as an amenity. You don't get any, like if they were given points and stuff, you're not given a point for just a large grassy area to be an amenity, but they are counted towards open space. So they're still there. They're just not incentivized to be an amenity. So just trying to limit the amount of times those are just put in, you know, because you get in a subdivision, you get 2 or 3 of those and there's nothing there with it, or, you know, there's very little there with it. And it's, oh, that's an amenity. It's, I know it's just a great big place that the HOA now has to pay to mow.
Well, you can, one of the things that I wanted to make sure we could give you the ability to look at these is, one, we have that minimum area of 50 by 100, but you can see in the second sentence here, if you can see my cursor here, it says the area shall increase proportionately as the number of units increase and shall be commensurate to the size of the development as determined by the decision-making body. So even if they have 50 by 100, you guys can be like, you have 300 apartments here, you need a bigger grassy area. We want that thing 100 by 100 or whatever that number is. And that gives us all the flexibility to say, no, you know, you've got a lot of density here. We want to see more. That gives you that purview, because again, I don't know what the magic number is. You know, open space means different things to different people. It really does. There is no fine science to this. Again, I've been dealing with this for 5 years, trying to find ways to increase open space, but still be, you know, equitable and do a common sense approach to it, not just say we want flexibility. We don't want every development to be cookie cutter or the same.
Well, I think, you know, part of the hope is, especially with the alternative compliance, really be emphasized in here was making sure that we leave the door open for things to come in. I mean, a little fun was made of the amphitheater that was put in, but that one really knocked my socks off. We had a subdivision go in with an amphitheater that was part of the multifamily mixed use. I mean, it was a really cool integration of that project, and they had to go through alternative compliance in order to get that to go in there. You know, I mean, the comment is, you know, we can't all afford to put an amphitheater in there, but at the same time, it was like, you know, wow, that kind of knocked my socks off. Wasn't expecting that at all. So, you know, really emphasizing the alternative compliance is there. If you want to come in and knock our socks off, feel free. I mean, yeah, you may end up with no grass in your subdivision, but something that makes us all go, oh, that's cool. Wish I lived there.
That concludes my presentation, unless you guys have any other questions. Again, only comments we received so far on the application was from the BCA, highlighting a couple of their concerns in here. But again, they want to continue to be a good partner to the city and appreciate us keeping them involved in the process. And overall, if in the staff report, I think in large part, we do have a lot of consensus with these changes. It wasn't really a lot of, no, I don't want to do that. So overall, I think these changes will be supported. I anticipate that, you know, council is the decision-making body, so I anticipate there'll probably be more public testimony at city council from various groups. But again, I just want to thank all of you for what you do. Thank you for staying late this evening, and I'll just conclude my presentation and stand for any additional questions you might have.
Any additional questions for staff? Any additional discussion, or are we open for a motion?
Do we have to, do we still have to close public testimony officially?
Is there anyone here?
Yeah, did we? Okay.
Madam Chair, no one has indicated a wish to testify on this matter.
Given that, does the applicant have any additional comments?
I
Can
do not.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing on ZOA-2021-0002?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing, ZOA 2021-0002. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Madam
Motion
Chair,
carries. Yes.
I have a lot of questions here for Bill. I'm gonna put my glasses on. I'm gonna make a motion.
Please do.
Make sure to read the staff recommendation before you do it, though.
That's it?
Make sure to read the staff recommendation part.
Yeah, with the trees?
Yep.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, after considering all staff applicant public testimony, which there was a lot of, I move to recommend approval of file number ZOA-2021-0002 as presented in the staff report for the hearing day of May 6, 2021, to include the 2 tree species tables provided by the city arborist.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to recommend approval of ZOA-2021-0002 with modifications. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Would like the honors.
Madam Chair, move we adjourn.
It has been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.